No quiero más problemas, quiero más fiesta y alegría en mi vida. Estoy trabajando todos los días, pero no siento mucha pena. La semana está por terminar y la fiesta va a empezar. Oye. El trabajo está terminando, los trajitos se están mezclando y todo el mundo está preparando, porque la fiesta va a empezar y la rumba va a formar y la salsa rica, música buena para disfrutar. Oye, para que tú sepas, mami. Eso es. ¡Va! Ay, mami, tú sabes quién llegó. Y la rumba ya se formó. Estamos aquí para guarachar porque la fiesta ya empezó. Y la rumba ya se formó. Ahí suena los tambores, el quinto y el tres dos. La rumba ya se formó. Ay, gózalo, mi salsa y rumba, cómo no. Y la rumba ya se formó. Ay, menéate con ritmo, mamita, menéate con salsa nada más. La rumba ya se formó. Oye, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Y la rumba ya se formó. El cuero, muchacho, te estoy llamando rumbero. La rumba ya se formó. Ay, por eso mira, gózalo, ay, gózalo, ay, gózalo. La rumba ya se formó. Hago mis trombones, qué rico. Y la rumba ya se formó. Y la rumba ya se formó. ¡Qué sabroso! La rumba ya se formó. Y la rumba ya se formó. ¡Súbelo otra vez! Y la rumba ya se formó. Y la rumba ya se formó. La rumba ya se formó. Bueno, cuidado. Se formó. Estamos en la fiesta. Me voy. ¡Ay, sabroso! Dale tumbao, Tony. ¡Ay, qué rico, rico! ¡Camina! ¿Cómo dice mi coro ahí? Juega, juega bonito, juega con el tumbao.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? It's EVC in NYC. Skip. How you doing? Great to see you here. Davicom's in the house. Get a Hunter. It's good to have y'all in, guys. Vic's here with his emotisms. So it's great to have you all in. I am excited. Perfect Team 26 is arrived. Out of the Park Baseball, the best baseball simulation game you can find on the planet. And our new season of Perfect Team has arrived. I spent yesterday messing around with my main team. We'll be going through and figuring out what we're going to do with theme teams this year. Got 3 different theme teams we'll build today. And we've got a ton of other stuff going on. I've already lost my first bagels and schmear. Don't even know my own tournaments. So just a lot of stuff going on. We're gonna pull some packs. No Ripper Packapalooza today. We're gonna reveal our guess and set winners of the launch deck. We're gonna talk about the origins of baseball in Cuba. One of our theme teams this year is gonna be players that spent some time in Cuba. So players who ever played in Cuba, anyone with Cuban descent. Did you win? I don't know, Cavacom. You're just a winner for being here. Make sure you go check out Cavacom tomorrow, his all-day stream. A couple teams in the playoffs. And from my understanding, he has not finished any of the PT26 missions, which is understandable because they're not easy to finish unless you're spending some money out the gate. But there's some fun cards out there for us to go grab, so kind of exciting for that. But yes, Cavacom will be going on tomorrow, one of the original OGs of streaming Out of the Park Baseball. You can watch his wonderful Canadian rants. What happened? I get no preview for you now? Craziness. Need packs. Well, you're here at the right place. If you're new to Out of the Park Baseball, you can now get pack drops for PT26. This is, let's see, did I update the URL? I think I did. All I gotta do is click on that URL over there. Log in with your same ID and password you're using for your perfect team. Click the button to link your Twitch account. It'll go through Twitch, link up the account, and you'll be set for drops, getting the extra packs from any of the different affiliates that you can watch. You can get up to 5 packs per day from affiliates. And if the mothership comes on later, then you'll be able to get 5 packs from them. So looking forward to maximizing your packs. Every little drop is helpful as we go through. So hopefully this will help you. Look, I'm getting elimination notices and PT. Oh my goodness, is that the PT26? No, it is PT20. That's hilarious. Ambition, I turned my site up in PT25 like a week ago. It was finally finished. People are playing PT26 as one would expect. So guys, thank you for being here. It is Saturday. We hope to keep you entertained. We hope to get some things going through. And if you're new here, one of the things I like to talk about is this little thing called theme teams. And I'm excited to get my theme team started. I haven't done anything yet on them. We're going to start from scratch today. We're going to open up the starter packs on 3 different accounts and get going. I need to update the theme team logo for this new logo in my emotes. I have to have a list of to-dos. And that's on my list of to-dos. Let's have a list of to-dos that we're going to go through. Update TTC logo on Twitch. Okay. There's so many things. I can't keep track of everything. Good morning, Minerva. How you doing? Very excited right now. Of course, other people streaming. We got Seawood streaming. We've got the PBE is streaming currently, talking about the last chance playoff run. My Vancouver Vandals are close. But we're going to be talking about theme teams. And again, when you start off perfect team, you're not playing 26? Ian, I'll miss you. I'll miss all the folks playing from the Capital District. But life is important. So, Ian, we will miss you. But good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And hang in there. And come back at some point. We'll be here. We'll be here. Ian did a theme team based on all players who had some relations to the capital area in Albany, New York. So players for the Troy Haymakers, for example, players who were born up in that area of the country, a lot of early baseball players in that time frame. So a lot of fun themes and players from that one. But looking forward to everyone's themes. The theme team leagues are back up. And again, it's just about having a constraint. So it's not playing with all the best cards in the game. And there you go. Yes, it is important. Your significant 3/4 or your better 3/4 does demand a little time of yourself. It's true. There is a balancing act on these things. But we'll miss you, man. And Minerva starts his streams on Monday. Go check out Minerva. Let's see. Do I have Minerva's go on it? Do I have a? You can make him wash the dishes, which is probably one of my favorite things. Minerva. See how that works. Not getting video clips. What's up with that? Go check out Minerva as well. We got a lot of involved. Anyway, we've been doing, this is our 5th year of running the theme team crew. I am super excited to have everyone continue to play. We had 78 teams back in PT22. We had 229 in PT23. We had 265 in PT24. And then a little down here last year, I think a lot of people made some packs-only squads instead, as Lap was doing that. But still, a lot of players, 168 owners making theme teams last year. 71% of an owner won a championship at one point during the cycle. Is this the affiliate promo part of the stream? It's always the affiliate promo part of the stream. Do I have that here? Where do I have? Right there. I have all these wonderful folks. Minerva Mondays are back tomorrow. Oh. It's EVC and NYC bringing the sounds of New York City. Nice honking on the horn there. We got a ton of different affiliates you can follow. If you want to get all the affiliates and their schedules, you can find a link to this document here, which has everything up. So you can go take a look and see what you think you might want to do. I need to figure out how to do the stream together stuff this year. We will work on that. I think my goal would be a stream together playoff Sundays. So the different people would be streaming the different parts of the playoffs. We can go back and forth and watch different playoffs. But we'll see. I don't know how that all works. So we'll see how that works as we go through. But that is the goal this year. And we will do some sampling in a couple weeks, I think, of that. And that way, different people can be streaming different levels of the theme team crew playoffs. And we can kind of have, you know, back and forth across everything. You can watch whoever you want and get a lot of stuff going. So we'll see how that works. But that is kind of an idea that's germinating around that. Got to make the playoffs more of an inclusive, all sorts of people watching type of thing. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Again, tons of theme teams. Hope to get you in this year. One of my favorite theme teams every time. Sound like a terrible idea? What do you mean sounds like a terrible idea? You don't want to do playoffs together? One of my favorite theme teams we have every year, Sandwich Futures comes through, and this is how it works. Your theme team is players who are in OOTP26. No, that's not the theme. So the name is a sandwich. So the first name, the first letter of every player in the starting lineup has to be in order of the sandwich. And then the pitching 5 top pitchers have to be in the sandwich name as well. So for example, last year or 3 years ago, he used roast beef Sando, right? So the first batter in the lineup's first name had to start with an R. The second batter had to start with an O. The third batter with an A, etc. We were trying it. Yeah, we'll try to do more of it this year, Franchise Time Machine. We're gonna try some of the stream together stuff for that. And the 9-letter words, and then the 5-letter word for the lineup and rotation, right? So that's how that works. The rotation started, the first name started with an S, then an A, then an N, then a D, then an O. O's are hard. There are not that many great pitchers whose names start with O, or Hershiser, for example. It gets really hard when you do U. So he's looking for a new idea this year. He's done roast beef Sando. He's done tuna salad on rye. He's done patty melt and fries. And then what we're going to do this year, is it roast beef po' boy, French dip au jus? The U's would be impossible. Yes, X is difficult as well, especially for pitchers. Bocadillo jamon, fried fish fillet, and I suggested PNT butter and jelly. I think you get a better rotation with jelly. You've got Urban Shocker. Yes, you've got Urban Shocker and Ubaldo Jimenez. I said Ubaldo Jimenez. There you go, Franchise Time Machine. You can use the Ubaldo Jimenez. Love any ideas you might have. Have you picked your 10 carryovers? I want to know what 10 carryovers you picked, Franchise Time Machine. Franchise Time Machine does a theme team of all the players that I mispronounce during a stream. And maybe we should just shrink it this year to players that I mispronounce. There's still plenty of great ones. Last year, I said Morgan Freeman for Freddie Freeman. I said Mel Ort. And I said Toy Cobb. So, yeah, you could almost do a 30-team league. That's why I say he can only have 10 carryovers. And then it's just starting from scratch again, which makes it kind of fun. But I doubt he'll... I don't know if he's going to do that. So again, theme teams are live and running. If you want to join us in the theme team crew, it's really easy. The theme team leagues will not be formed this coming week. They'll be formed the week of the 24th. So get your entries in. We have an Add My Theme Team section and a little form. Do I have the form here? I do. No one's responded yet. But this is the form. It's really simple, right? You should enter this form when your team is ready to go in entry pool. If you want to start putting this stuff now, great. You just have to promise me your team is compliant by the time league play starts, right? All players have to be compliant by the time league play starts. And again, cannot be overly broad. So you just put in you let me know when you're going to change things so I can get you in and out of the friends list. Put your PT username in, your team name, a theme description, your Discord name, Twitch name, what league you're currently in. And if you've got an inspiration for your theme team, I'm going to do, on Wednesdays, I'm going to be calling out different theme teams, talking about all the new theme teams that are running to get you some little time in the limelight and also get other people to join us. That's going to be doing our Thursday streams. Frostcrest, good to see you, man. Glad to have you back. Hope you're doing well. Hope the wonderful Florida weather's treating you nicely. And yeah, this is our plan for this week. Every week we'll do Wednesdays at noon. Guess the set. Thursdays 11 a.m. We'll do our little pre-twipped hype stream. We'll talk about what you guys wanted, thought we're gonna get in the set that week. We'll also highlight some of the new theme teams joining the league. Saturdays will be Rip-A-Pack-A-Palooza and theme teams. I'm gonna try to Rip-A-Pack-A-Palooza not next week, but the week after. We'll see how many packs we get this week. I'm gonna spend a lot of time this week just working on the theme teams and trying to get things going. Welcome back, it's Wallace. Glad to have you here, man. Very excited to have a bunch of, familiar names back and playing. It's always great to see people. Again, you need to cycle in, cycle out. It's all good. But this community is here and waiting for you as always. So good to see it's Wallace. You have the slowest setting for packs? That's right, Cavicom does. You can watch him open his packs forever tomorrow. And then not this Sunday, but typically I think we'll start the Sunday after that. We're going to go through and do the... You have to click in every single one, though, Cavicom? Because that would be the slowest. Because you're not going to have the response time to click one at a time. But we'll try our World Series and playoffs coverage starting the week after next. So that's the goal that we have as far as every week here on the channel. Great to have you all in. Again, tons of wonderful affiliates. I think I put the link to this before. I also have this. If you want to just click in chat, you can follow all these folks. They're going to have drops. Brand new this year. Angered Unicorn. I thought it was Angry Unicorn, but I think it's Angered Unicorn. And AW. And Angered Unicorn used to do some amazing tournament stats showcases, which are really great. So yeah, you've got your perfect team streamers, you've got your base game streamers, you've got your online league streams. AZ Axel and with his league might be back at some point. So we'll have more online leagues coming through. Dr. Dynastics doing more base game, but also going to do some perfect team. Also going to do his Red Rock League online. So I had everyone pick what they were, what way the primary were. And if you like a certain way of playing, if you like playing the base game, then those folks in green are for you. If you like playing Perfect Team, want to learn more about tournaments, there's tons of different people here. You can find the details on that. Nice. I need to start work. I started getting into tourneys, and I need to do so much more work to get close on these tourneys. This is the other job this year, is to work more on the tournaments. But we'll talk about that. Again, getting started is hard. Thank you, Vic. Is that my dancing? Got a little Cuban music going today. We're going to be talking about the origins of baseball in Cuba in a little bit. But first, one of our Wednesday things that we do reveals on Saturdays is our Guess the Set. Every week we know new cards are coming out, so we want to guess what cards might be coming out. If you get the most points, you win some packs. And we're nailing down exactly the prizes for this year. To compare stuff on Baseball Reference, tell me what you're trying to compare. And that would be helpful. And we can maybe get you started. And again, ask questions. If you got questions about the game, the community is here, I'm here. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have to get you started, to get into the fun of playing OOTP26. So for an online league, yes. You can do, again, if you're going by a normal online league, Baseball Reference, debut by year 1999. And this will let you know what players. So just as an example of a year that you can go through. If you're playing an online league. Oh, you're talking about something else. Okay, I'll tell you that in a second. If you're playing an online league and you want to know who's coming up in each year's draft, this is a way to go through and find out who made their major league debuts in that year. But what you're looking for specifically is this part. So, you know what? Let me finish this one. And I'll tell you in a second, Frostgrass. This allows you to look at a couple things on tournaments, right? Did I do this one right? No. John Doe, thank you so much for the follow with your 5th one. Let's try this one. Okay, so what you see in chat right there for tourneys shows you the number of pitchers you can probably get a year away with based on the year of the Perfect Team draft. And then this lets you look at the average for each year. So what you can do here is say, let's say the modern era, which we currently have, most of the drafts are modern era. And we want to compare, let's say, my 1923 Bagels and Schmear. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to click that one and that one. And so now I can go through and look at these 2 years. What does 1923 versus 2014 look like? A lot more singles. Half as many home runs. Batted balls in play, or batting average, much higher. On base, like that. So how did I do that? What you do is you select a row. So I am right-clicking on this. I'm clicking on this row, and then I'm using a Mac, so I'm selecting another row, 1923 down here. I can go through and select, let's do 1970 for fun. Oops, not that. And then click, and then this will show up, only selected rows. And it'll let me throw all 3 years like that, and I can compare each of them. Hopefully that makes sense. And this allows you, when you're looking at a specific draft, like the Bagels and Schmear of 1923, how do I compare those? So that link is there in chat, and hopefully that helps you out. Excellent. What did I pick in a choice pack? The Hall of Fame choice pack. We're going to be doing some Hall of Fame choice packs in just a bit on one of the theme teams. I ended up getting in my main team drawing McCutcheon out of a pack, a perfect McCutcheon. So I decided I didn't have any good second baseman. I went with Biggio. So it was really dependent on what I had from packs. So if you don't need it right away, keep that pack aside, pull as many packs as you have, and then figure out where your hole is on your team, and that might help you decide which one to do. I think a hitter over a pitcher is probably the best choice in that one, but that's where I went Frostcrest. I did Biggio. I would have done Rock Reigns. I think BABIP is really key, and I liked his BABIP. But later today, we're going to be picking Winfield because he fits one of our themes. So fun stuff that you've got now that you're joining an OTP. If you're joined during the first 7 days, if you buy the game in the first 7 days, you get a special Hall of Fame Diamond Pack that will give you a Hall of Famer Diamond card to start off your quest of getting the championships. We talked about in Guess the Set. Yeah, no, I liked Reigns a lot. I have not looked at the Dr. Dynastics draft yet, so I do not know. No tips yet. But when I get there, Tampa, we'll try to take a look. Hitters tend to last much longer than pitchers generally in this game. Generally. As Ollie North is saying, when you're talking about this game starting off, if you get a great pitcher in launch week, within a month, other pitchers will come out better, and it's likely that he'll end up being in the pen before long. So hitters typically, because you're replacing 9 of them, they're going to last a little bit longer. But again, who knows? Every cycle is just a little different. We did Guess the Set. We were trying to figure out how many cards would we get, and we got 2,523 cards at launch. Yes, if you pull Jose Mendez, you kind of want that. I want that for my Cuban theme team we'll be doing a little bit later. Yes, it does. Frostgrass, it does make a big difference. Those extra comparison numbers are really great when you're taking a look at looking at players and comparing them. No question, a big improvement. Also, when you're comparing them, you've seen this. You can kind of it shows you each one. So yeah, last year was a huge card set. And they said they're going to be a little bit smaller. I know that this year, there's no way that Spore could get to all those cards, and he didn't feel great about that launch deck last year because there were just so many. I know he was up to like 4 o'clock in the morning before launch, adjusting and changing and making sure that the new card set deck was set. So that's pretty awesome. A lot of great cards in the launch set. But for guessing, a lot of people guessed much higher. The only person who got within 100 of the total number was Jay Kirk, guessing 2,500. So they got 77 points. You had to be within 100 to get that one. Chase Utley loves everything. But congrats to Jay Kirk for being the closest and the only person to get points off this question this week. Our second question was, what percentage will be historical cards? And historically, we had 59% back in PT24, 71.5% in PT25, and we are now at 70.5% to launch this time round. Flying Attack Squirrels earned the most points, guessing 70.9, just off by 0.4. So congratulations, Flying Attack Squirrels, on getting that question right. We also said, hey, we've got all these, we're perfect live cards at the start of PT25. How many of them will be perfect live cards again? No changes from what we saw on Wednesday. These are our lives. Acuna's back, Jordan's back, Mookie's back, Clase's back, Judge is back, Shohei is back, Scooble's back, Juan Soto is back, Spencer Strider, Mike Trout. Those were our 5. These are our 6 winners that guessed 10 would be back from last year's 20. So congrats to Great Scott, Tim Gross, KDR, Tex Jenks, Minerva, and Teddy O. Which franchise would be one of the current ones not to get historical perfect at launch? We had 3 newbies that hadn't gotten one before that were snubbed. No perfects at launch for the Reds, the Rockies, the Nationals, the Royals, the Angels, the Marlins, the Mariners, the Tigers 2 years in a row, and the Milwaukee Brewers. Now, you may be saying, hey, that sucks. I didn't get a historical perfect in the game for my favorite franchise, especially when you're doing a theme team. But that just means your perfects are going to come out later in the cycle and should be even better than what we got at launch. So, always looking for the positive spin on this one. But that's some of the 9 franchises of the 30 MLB teams did not get a historical at launch. So if you're running one of those themed for your theme teams, that's tough. There's a prize for a person who gets the worst score. No, there's not. There's not. We also asked which team would have the most cards and how many Tigers. Great Scott and John Doe were the only 2 to guess the Cincinnati Reds would have the most cards. Of course, they've been the longest around franchise. They had the most cards, historical cards in the game, but not a single perfect. And the Detroit Tigers only had 46 cards at launch. Carchardon was closest on the number of Tigers, guessing 56. You guys were all much higher. You were all like just buying in to the Spore, our content community creators' overall love of the Tigers by guessing a lot more. And you did not get as many points. I did spend a season trying to find a good Dodgers shortstop. This is true. And it finally happened, but it took a long time. This is true. Our runners up. I mean, Okie Red, I don't think you're last unless you're Stout. Stout had the lowest number. No, that's not true. Did I screw this up? Yeah, probably. Drew and Petey had the lowest number. Well, no, actually, Minerva, there's a whole other page. I did this slide to make you feel good. Minerva. Boo. Boo indeed. Some of our runners up in the launch decks guessed the set. A Hunter had 392 points. Just missing A Hunter. Just missing. Great Scott, Flying Attack Squirrels, Teddy O, Okie Red. See, Okie Red, you were close. Dude, you were only 1, 2, 3, 4 away from being the money. 5 away from being the money. I might be better at first base, Minerva. I think I'm short, though. In third place, getting 397 points, is Tex Jenks. Congratulations, Tex Jenks. He guessed Justin Verlander. If the live Justin Verlander counted, this is only historical cards. If the live Justin Verlander counted, he would have been in first place, but he did not. It did not count. No historical Verlander to start off in launch deck, but Nolan Ryan and Pete Rose each got a card. 185 points of the 397 scored. TX Jenks is going to walk away with 5 packs. Second place, getting 10 packs. It's IBDB2U with 445 points. Guessing Alvin Davis and Nolan Ryan. And in first place with 15 packs, it's Rob Deere in the Headlights, back again. Rob Deere in the Headlights was the only back-to-back winner last time. Good to see. Hey, IBDB2, there you are. Congratulations. 10 packs will be coming your way once I get that off to the powers that be. Thank you to the folks at OOTP, of course, for allowing me to do giveaways of packs. And guessing Chet Lemon, Dutch Leonard, and Pete Rose. Rob Deere in the Headlights gaining 445 points. Beginner's luck. That's all it takes, man. A little pack luck will do you. So I'm going to work this year. I'm trying to get final approval, but this year I'll have 3 winners each week. A first, a second, and third. 15, 10, and 5 is the plan for OOTP26. I just need to make sure that is kosher with the powers at be. So again, congrats to TX Jenks, IBDB2U, and Rob Deere in the Headlights on winning this one. Again, we'll be back on Wednesday with the next guest to set. You specialize in winning once very early, then beginning guessing horribly wrong the rest of the year. It's a good, it could be worse. At least you win. So congrats to our winners this week. We'll be back with another contest on Wednesday. We'll be hyping it through the week and giving you your winners every Saturday here on the channel. So thanks for all for hanging out, and looking forward to doing more of this as we go through the cycle. Again, a lot of people starting off again. How do you get things going? One of the things that's really key, right, in doing this is you got to get a pack economy. You want to get an economy of packs coming in. You need income for your new theme team or your new team that you're running in Out of the Park Baseball. These are some of the things that you should do every day. And this is a kind of a refresher for those that are rejoining and it's been a while. And I also expect the community to tell me more things that I'm missing because I don't cover everything. But I think this is a really great way to kind of get through because you need to get more packs coming through. If you're accumulating perfect points, you can buy packs, but generally try to win packs and use your perfect points to get the cards you need, either finish missions, etc. Yeah, tournaments really are the key thing. But we're going to cover all this real quickly so you can kind of just get a feel. Max out your credit card. That is a way to play. Not against it. Again, daily login bonuses. Great thing with login bonuses. Rewards get bigger over time. You get a bonus, a little extra every 6th day that you're in. Don't worry if you miss a day. Your progress is retained. It doesn't start over. So if you got all the way to like just before the diamond pack here at the end and you went on vacation for a week, when you come back and log back in, there it is. Of course, OOTP Go will be out at some point in the next 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. And then you can just always keep logging in every day. And then it restarts after 30 days. So just come in each day, log in, you're going to get a pack, right? Drops are available now. So again, if you did not realize this, by just watching affiliated streamers, you can get drops. So you log in with your perfect team ID to that link I just put in the chat. Authenticate through Twitch, you're set up. You can pretty much do, if you've got a browser like Chrome, you can only do one browser at a time. You can only do one streamer at a time. You cannot watch multiple streams at the same time and collect. Some people get additional accounts. It's one stream per browsing app. There are some auto-collect browser plugins, but honestly, the way that things are set up, you have a week to go claim them in your Twitch app. So, and they're set up that it runs every 15, 30, 45, 60, and 90 minutes. So there's a drop coming. And again, it's across the affiliates, it's 5 per day. So if you watch me and get all 5, you can watch, please watch more affiliates, but you won't get more drops by watching other affiliates. During the 24-hour window, which I think starts at 4 a.m. Eastern time. When OOTP Developments comes on, you get 5 drops per day for them. Every now and then, there will be specific affiliate extra drops, usually during like PTCS weekends and things like that. But generally, you can try to max out 10 per day between the mothership at OOTP Developments, the people who made OOTP26, and affiliates like myself, Cavicom, Franchise Time Machine, etc. And again, you can see all the affiliates here. There's a link that has everything. And we'll keep that updated with times as things go through. And of course, there's the list of affiliates there. Also, come Tuesday, good morning. How you doing? Maui Slim, great to have you here. Starting Tuesday, when the Dodgers and Cubbies face off in Tokyo, PT Live will be up and running. Use live cards that you've acquired in your collection to make up your daily roster. And whatever the players do for performance drives a certain amount of perfect points every day. Weekly and monthly leaderboards offer more packs and perfect point bonuses. So something you can do to kind of like, if you're doing fantasy baseball already, you know who's going in and you're doing daily fantasy. You can pretty much go in, but you have to own the card. So it makes you wait. Oh, maybe I should go get that Ohtani in time for the Tokyo series. Hit a home run in his second at bat back in the Tokyo Dome yesterday. So that's starting on Tuesday. And every day, just go in, update your roster. And we'll be doing more of that next week when that starts to kick off. So as you're collecting, look for your Dodgers and Cubs to start getting on the leaderboard early, and I guess you'll have some extra perfect points going. Live card speculation. Okay, if you're new to OOTP, here's the interesting thing. Live card ratings actually change. So we talked about those players that were hundreds already. They may go down from 100. If they do poorly to start the season and poorly in April, come May, the beginning of May, the first Monday of each month, in May, June, July, August, September, and end of regular season, you will see the card change. And so that means something that went from an iron right now, when you quick sell for 5 perfect points, could go all the way to perfect and be worth 20,000 as a quick sell. So, for example, Brent Rooker last year was one of the biggest gainers. He went from a 68 overall on launch back on April 17th and ended up as a 100 overall perfect. If you had 10 Brent Rookers, thank you so much, Lead. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the support of the channel. Thank you to all the subscribers supporting the channel. You guys are awesome to have 25 of you supporting the channel right now. Thank you so much. And big shout out to Lee. Give you a little New York cheer. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate all you support the channel. And thank you, Lee. We've got Brent Rooker. So if you had 10 Brent Rookers that you collected early in the season and you just decided to hold on to them versus sell them, etc., you could turn around and sell them for up to 20,000 perfect points or more by the end of the season. Or you could have a bunch of Camilo Duvals and watch him slide down throughout the year, down to a bronze. So again, just an idea of what cards can go up and down. You can see all the changes from last year and that spreadsheet. So you can see what cards went up and went down. And think about that. It's called live speculation. People can go and try to guess what cards are going up, going down. And it's kind of like a little market game that you can go through and generate a lot of perfect points. Do you go through, if an iron turns to a silver, do you go through and cash out? Or do you hold on to see if it goes all the way to perfect? Depending on the player, how their season's going, what you think is going to happen, you may want to hold on it versus selling it and cashing out. If you get an iron going to a gold, you go from 100 quick sell to 1,000 quick sell. Kind of fun. 1,000 to 4,000, 4,000 to 20,000. That's the big leaps. But there's a lot of interesting things to be done there. A lot of people can make a decent number of perfect points. Again, funding your team. How do you get through the cards and the packs you need to move forward, right? So that's one of the big parts of the game that you can play. Then there's league performance. So as you're playing now in entry pool, you're realizing that you're getting some perfect points by what your team is doing. There are over 100 achievements in the game. This is a list I put together a couple years ago. Will Tim Anderson drop to 0? It's possible. Did he sign with anybody? Where is Tim Anderson? I don't even know. Jim Anderson. There you go. Tim Anderson. With the Angels. With the Angels in spring training, projected hit 246 for the Angels. Wow. This is new. I don't remember the projections being in. I wonder where they're getting their projections from. That's interesting. So there are achievements. Now, I don't know. There are multiple pliers when you reach different levels. At least there were in the past. I've just moved these up. But while it might be worth 100 points. Yeah, I know. Well, it might be worth 100 points. Will be worth 150 points. Then 200 points. Then 300 points. So again, that is, I think, what the multipliers are going to be this year by levels. And then also first-time promotion bonuses used to be on the higher levels. So I don't know what's going to be. I think it's going to be, actually, I think this is wrong. I think it's from high gold up, you get 25,000. Perfect league is 75,000. So there are additional perfect points you can get. No Tim Anderson live card in the game right now. Interesting. Clubhouse Stars. Let's go to the next slide and talk about these. What the heck are Clubhouse Stars? Frostcrest is back for the first time. So here's the deal. I don't have it here, but in the past, when you did tournaments, right? Nice, Tex Jenks. That's beautiful. When you did tournaments in the past, you get a choice pack. In that choice pack, you'd get a bunch of cards to choose from. If you won the tournament, it was, maybe you'd get 4 perfects or 6 perfects to choose from, and that was your prize. Now, in tournaments, when you win a tournament, instead of getting a choice pack, you get Clubhouse Stars. Clubhouse Stars are a new currency that you can use to buy what used to be tourney batches that come out once every couple months. Now, there'll be new cards coming out all the time in a new Clubhouse shop where you can spend those those Clubhouse Stars to get, you can get packs, but to get specific tournaments. So in the past, if you wanted one of those perfect 100s that you needed for a tournament or was really something for your theme team, it was really, really difficult to get and win a weekly tournament to go get that card. You'd have to save up a lot of perfect points and buy it. Now, maybe you can only get 2nd, 3rd place, 4th place in tournaments. You do that often enough, you'll accumulate enough Clubhouse Stars to go buy that card directly and save up for it. So it allows you to choose your path, how you want to take your awards. Instead of getting a bunch of silver cards or low-level cards with a choice pack, now you get Clubhouse Stars, and you can go choose and save those over time to go buy a card you really need for your theme team or else things. And again, it's not just tournaments. Starting down in low silver league, if you're in the top 4, you'll get Clubhouse Stars depending on how you finish in the playoffs each week. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th get Clubhouse Stars, all the way to anyone who made the playoffs in high silver. Anyone to low gold that didn't get relegated gets points in gold. Even relegated teams, if you got to diamond, you're getting yourself some Clubhouse Stars, right? So this is a way to get it, not only just through tourneys, but also by how you're doing in league, which I think is nice in order to get some of those cards you might not be able to do. If you're really good at putting a great team together, you'll get Clubhouse Stars that way. So that's new and different this year, and I think a really great option. So for us doing theme teams specifically, we see a perfect card that used to be a tourney batch card. It was like, oh man, I'm never gonna get that card. I have to save up a lot of perfect points. Well, now you can grind away at different tournaments, save up the perfect points to go get that card. I think it's a much more interesting and economic way of going through and doing that. But at the same time, there are going to be certain cards in there you're going to want for your tournaments as well. So, it'll be really interesting to see how long you can save up your Clubhouse Stars and how fast you accumulate them to be able to do things. And yes, you have to hope the Clubhouse Star cards still show up. I don't think that Clubhouse cards will cycle out. I think they'll be there all year, but we don't know for sure. And again, once you buy a card through Clubhouse Stars, it'll have a little Clubhouse Stars insignia on the card, much like it used to have the tourney logo on the card. It'll have a Clubhouse Star on the card, and those will be available to be purchased from people selling them in the card shop. So you can still get to those cards and buying them like you used to, but this is just a fun way, an interesting and new way of accumulating a currency to go get the card you want. And that's coming to league play as well. So tournaments and league play are key, but the most proven ROI, at least historically, has been winning tournaments. So you can earn Clubhouse points and or packs depending on the tournament. We have no more choice packs. We've got more prizes for weekly leaderboards are coming through. So you can win a tournament and win something. Then if you win enough tournaments within a specific category, there's a leaderboards for that. And the whole detail of that is in this PTWC document. And take a look at this. I'm going to go through and see if I screw this up. This has all the details you need to know. There are multiple levels of a competitive championship. You're playing tournaments each day. These are leaderboards that you'll get extra. If you make the top 10, you'll get rewards up. Excuse me. And then as you're playing in each of these, you'll qualify to make what's called the Perfect Team Championship Series. If you play well in the Perfect Team Championship Series, you'll qualify to get in the PT Master Series. If you qualify well in the PTMSs, you'll get in the Perfect Team World Championship. There'll be 2 of those going on throughout the cycle. So a lot of potential things. Again, read through that document in detail. I'm not going to go through everything here on the channel, but I just thought it would be good to give you a high-level view of this stuff as we go through. We're going to be opening some packs soon, guys. I'm very excited. But again, that's just a high-level creating your economy. Tournaments are the way to go. I often say at this point, when you're early in the cycle, there will be, did I put that? What did I? It's an iron and bronze leaderboard. So anything you do in iron and bronze tourneys will be part of a leaderboard. It does not include quick tournaments. So anything with this, you'll see a tournament starts with this star.1. Your standings in those star.1 will make a leaderboard. Any tourney that's not a quick, but a live tournament will have its own leaderboard this time. Oh, I don't know, Frost Chris. It's early. It's early. And I don't have that many packs. So all these go to PTCS. These are just extra new ones this year. If you're a cap player, if you like doing cap tournaments, like doing live tournaments, there'll be leaderboards each week for those, but don't count toward the PTCS. So again, chance to get packs if you just want to like zone in on one specific one. But I often say, like, instead of going through and buying new cards for your team in the first week, obviously, in the first week, try to find the cards you need to be successful in a tournament. Start out with iron, start out with bronze. Typically cheaper cards, you can get in early on. Live cards will fit well in some of these tournaments. So play around in iron and bronze tournaments. Figure out what everyone else is playing. See what cards seem to do well. Go buy those cards. Build out your team. And when you build out your team, now you've got a potential thing. And enter in those tourneys every single day. Max out your tourney slots every single day. And that will ensure that you start having some income of packs or championship clubhouse stars that'll come through and give you some ROI that you can turn around and build your team. So that's the if you're doing anything, that may be the place to focus. Yeah. Iron and bronze can be real fun as it's cheap. You can fire away at them while you build your bigger tourney teams. And they're, you know, so that's you got to start from somewhere. Yeah, Eleanor Frisbee, there's definitely some things going on right now as far as like the market being reflective of the L10s or things that are actually selling right now. I'm finding that as well in the system. And I know they had a lot of fun yesterday with some database issues that made things just a nightmare in one of their databases. So right now what I'm finding is I think, oh, I'm clicking the card and then there's no buy order. And so you got to go through and click, you know, new buy order. And you can actually, when you do new buy order, when you bring up the new buy order screen, it'll actually show you what's available at what price. And sometimes what's showing on screen is more expensive than what the actual buy orders are in place. So yeah, the marketplace L10s are a little funky right now as we go through. So let's get started with some theme teams, shall we? This is a theme team building stream. I've got 3 theme teams we'll be doing. I think we're getting ready now. Let's see, what's my next slide? Yes, we're going to start off with my Dodger Town Legends. And so I'm a giant Dodgers fan. Nice, Garnack. Great to have you in. If you want to get a theme team going, we are, again, just for those tuning in, theme teams, we'll be doing our theme team leagues again. The wonderful folks at OOTP have an admin tool that they're setting up for me, just like we did last year. And the goal is to have our first theme teams together on the 24th. So get your entries in. But you can join us in the Discord. And the new, oh, nice. The Rise and Shine pop-up finally filled. I got into that. I'm not sure I'm going to do any good in it, but You can get your entry in. The Add My Theme Team form is live. Wow. Congratulations, Bachia Pet. I got ousted in the first round in the Bagels and Schmear. I will be doing also the Bagels and Schmear Perfect Draft. We're doing the same point structure as last year. There'll be monthly rewards, and we're doing it for March. So get on into the Bagels and Schmear. I hope I got in the Bagels and Schmear. You're not here. Excellent. I rock this. Yes. Okay. Baseball cube. 2 helpful links. I will do that. I'll put it here. Let's see. I'll figure that out in a bit, but I will definitely add that in. Let me bring it up now so we've got it. In the meantime, if you're looking for it, making a theme team based on teammates. Baseball cube. This will show you, for example, all the teammates of Todd Helton. And you just need to get the 4-digit code for your specific player, and then you can find all the players that are teammates of a specific player you're doing. So if you're doing a theme team based on that, that'll get you started, and I will add that in. I've got it to my to-do list to make sure we've added that in. For our resources in our Discord, we have I wonder if I can do that here. There's so many fun things going on. Discord. I don't think they have one that lists fathers and sons, unfortunately. Okay, let's do this. We're in the, let's see. In the Theme Teams Discord, we've got a Tools for Theme Teams section. And this is Baseball Cubes Teammates Finder. Just change the code for the player to see all the teammates. That's added. So we've got this whole section of different. Can I make this bigger? All sort of like minor league affiliations, how to figure out achievements, rewards of the game, broadcasters, managers, eras of baseball. We have all sorts of different things to help you find ways of coming up with a theme team. And we put those resources in there. And again, when you come in, we got a welcome. Then you go to the Add My Theme Teams. There's the Add My Theme Team form. And that'll bring up the form you fill out to get your theme team in. And then I will go through and add to the admin system once it's available. It's not available yet for me to put in. It's usually no friends lists in the first week. So we're on our own to start off the season. Okay. So I'm doing a theme team. I am a huge Dodgers fan. Again, if you've got questions, please fire away. Happy to help any way we can. That's how we all learn. That's how I learned, watching other streamers and asking questions. So happy to help out in the baseball community here at OOTP. And the lighter fluids are back, that sounds like, for I Rock This, maybe. So I always do this when I start off my theme team. When you're doing a theme team, you don't need to go finish every single live mission, right? Because the players aren't all going to play for your team. So it's nice to go through and highlight which players fit your theme that are toppers, prizes. And then you can focus and target those specific ones to go grab that specific card and get some additional cards along the way. So finishing the Dodgers, of course, you get Mike Scioscia, you get Pee Wee Reese. Those are 2 that I need for my Dodgers theme team. Howie Kendrick played a season for the Dodgers, so he's gotten the Angels Live 20. Mike Blowers played for the Dodgers for a season. Tommy Holmes played for the Dodgers. D. Strange Gordon started up with the Dodgers. Darryl Strawberry played a couple seasons with the Dodgers. So Mets, Marlins, Braves, Mariners, Gary Carter from Mets Complete played for the Dodgers. A.J. Pollock, Diamondbacks Complete. Frank Howard. And of course, Finley in the NL West. I know, he played in every single NL West club, which is amazing. Juan Marichal and the Eric Davis mission. So there's a lot of missions that actually fit the Dodgers theme team to start off with, which means I got a lot of work cut out for me on this one. There are also some very nice hundreds out there that you're already doing already. Yeah, that's what you got to do. So you map out, because you don't need the other missions per se to go finish things. And that means that if you've got cards that are expensive that help the other missions, you could sell that card and get the perfect points to go after the missions you need for your theme. That's the great thing, is you don't need to do everything. And this is the fun part of doing theme teams, is all the research around it to kind of start with. And then these guys, that Walker Buehler looks really nice. The 98 Walker Buehler rookie sensation card. That's a very clean looking card. I like how they got the Dodgers logo onto a black background so it pops a little bit. Sometimes the Dodgers logo just disappears a little bit. Yeah, some cards are needed for other missions, so you have to be careful. Reggie Smith's in there. The Hong-Chi Kuo. Don Drysdale getting 100. Did not get 100 last year. He had a 93 and a lower card, I believe. Maybe he had a 99 late. I can't remember. What was the late one? Was the late one the 99 or 93? The pitch, okay, not bad. But we finally get our hundo of Don Drysdale, a perfect, and of course Kevin Brown as a Dodger. So some pitching is always, there's always more pitching than hitting on the Dodgers when you're talking about a lot of historical cards. So those are some of the ones we'll be looking for as we go through. I'm going to go through now, and let's start opening the pack and seeing what we can create for a Dodgers theme team. And then we're going to do a little Cuban history coming up in a bit. Baseball Cuban history for my next theme team. But let's go get in the game. We've got our starter packs here for the Dodgertown Legends. 11 packs to start with. Let's see if I've got my pack opening done right. Okay. Any Dodgers? Darren Fletcher catch for the Dodgers one year? I want to say he did. Darren Fletcher. No, yeah, Dodgers 1990. He played exactly 2 games. So we've got our catcher. One Dodger. We've got our, again, if you're opening packs for the first time, you will get a variant in your starter pack. And not a lot of control, not a lot of home run allowed. I know PBAP is more of a thing this year, but not, I don't think, crazy outsized. So not the greatest for us, and not a Dodger. John Donaldson, Darnell Coles, Garrett Mitchell, Ty France, Bobby Byrne. No Dodgers there. But this Donaldson might be bronze tourneys. I got to figure out bronze tourneys. So getting some cards here for bronze tourneys maybe. Catched? It's a catch 22. Am I talking at all? Armando Reynoso, Miguel Rojas, Miggy Rowe, selling for 1,000 perfect points. Love to see it. Our first Dodger with a Dodger on the card. Maya, Dubon, Morgan, Michael Kelly. Okay, so we got Miggy Rowe and Fletcher. And our first, I always want to think Ken Hill pitched for the Dodgers, but I don't think he did. I think it was just the Cardinals. Cardinals, Expos, Cleveland, Texas, Anaheim, Chicago White Sox, and the Tampa Bay Rays, Ken Hill. Tanner Rainey, Joe J, Stephen Okert, Shawanameter, Dunston, and JP Arancibia. You need 100 Alex Gordon this cycle. He's going to the Royals Hall of Fame this season. That'd be fun. Harry Cotto, Juan Yepes, Bill Hart, Val. Wow. Pickanich. I'm going to open this Pickanich basket. Justin Anderson and Art Fromm. So you can tell right now, my chance of getting a lot of Dodgers is a little light. Get Miggy Rowe, and that's it in the starter pack. And I think as Brandon Marsh, Paul Householder. I like this iron. It's a very, I started playing around with some tourney cards. Again, not the greatest defender, but a nice power eye combo early on in iron. I've played around with Paul Householder a little bit. And Tony La Russa, Bob Botts, someone I've looked at from pitching in iron as well. The home run allowed is not great. The control is really good. The stuff is low, but I think you can get away with it in iron right now. And Aceto. Yeah, 5-minute perfect drafts early in the cycle are hard because you have no idea what good cards are yet. And so I do not like playing those. But then again, everyone else is at the same disadvantage. So maybe if you get a whole team, you'll be okay. The gold pack for the Dodgers squad is giving us Chad Fox and Phil Niekro. Part of the Tim Wakefield launch mission. This is new this year. You'll see the mission they're in right here on the text, which is kind of nice. Chad Fox and Phil Niekro, neither of which are a Dodgers. Bryn Smith, excuse me, there you go. Bryn Smith is now eligible. Bryn Smith, did you play? Bryn Smith. These are esoteric names. Montreal, St. Louis, and Colorado for Bryn Smith. Okay, Diamond Pack. Nick Martinez. Man, I want at least a Dodger. So looking at my list of things that, do I need Cincinnati missions? I do not. So this is what I might be able to sell for a higher amount. Yeah, I might be able to sell this one for a higher amount right now to get some perfect points versus keeping him to go after that mission for the Dodgers theme team. And right now, perfect points are what I need either to open more packs or to go get specific cards for, again, I want to get Dodgers cards eventually, but I need to get maybe specific cards for tourneys. What the problem is I don't know what cards I need to get yet for tourneys because I haven't done enough analysis or been in enough missions. And you can't get into tourneys until you actually get into entry pool. Willard Marshall. Interesting. There are definitely some, if you happen to have a lot of perfect points, you can get a lot of diamonds relatively cheaply right now that you know are going to be in a mission at some point. Ty France, already a duplicate. Let's go get some perfect points for Ty France. Change your logo for drafts and tournaments. I will do that. I will try to show you how to do that on this stream today. And one more diamond pack. Hey, there we go. Yes. Mike Piazza. Woo, woo, woo. We've got ourselves a poor defending catcher, but a Dodger. 1958. How many stars do you use? Here is, you can always type in tourneys. So 1958 says 4 to 5 starters and a high pitch count, pen of 5. So Mike Piazza, very nice. Schoolboy Rowe pitched for the Dodgers at one point. You're welcome, Lowly Worm. I want to say Schoolboy did. Schoolboy. He played for Brooklyn in 1942. I mean, that's the latest I had from a while ago. Again, your things may be different, but your mileage may be different. Is that how we say that? I think that's how we say that. So now it's preparing the team. I have one more pack here. And guys, this is the, again, an early person. Yes, my results may vary. You get one of these if you buy the game before next, I think that's by the 21st, I think it is. Math is fuzzy for me. I think by the 21st, you'll get one of these Hall of Fame Diamond Choice Packs. We've got ourselves a Dave Winfield. Ugh, they're going cheap now. Jim Palmer. Craig Biggio. And Tim Raines. So here's the deal. None of these guys have any relation to the Dodgers. And so I am at a quandary of what to do. Yeah, Biggio, again, when I looked at things, Biggio and Raines were my two picks. I like Raines' BABIP, his center field defense, left field defense. He'll play a while. He's got speed. And this is the question of which one will drive me the most perfect points for a theme team. So I know this is one of the things I'm also struggling with. Yeah. You can hold the pack for future mission fillers, and people are going to be looking for them, but these are going to be packable, I'm assuming, at some point. So there's going to be a window when they have their most value. So I'm at a quandary of what to do. Right now, I could get 9,000 perfect points for the Tim Raines. And that would be my fastest quick sell, drive some money. The L10's only 10K. 9,000 perfect packs would help me fill out a basic team. But I don't really have, I don't know. That's kind of the thought, Frostcrest, when people are coming to the game a little bit later, then they may have a higher value. Max LP80, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having fun. We are starting off some theme teams. This is the Dodgers theme team, and none of these guys fit for the Dodgers. Max LP, what would you do for a theme team? Selling for 9K seems low right now. Nice. How is the Vancouver doing okay in the PBE? I need to know how Vancouver's doing. We have an outside chance they'll finish at 500 for the first time in 10 seasons. Oh, it's Prospect League today. Ah, I thought, what time's the main league on? I thought the playoffs was on early. Well, enjoy that. Again, get in the PBE, guys. It's a great time to get in the PBE. The draft is coming soon. Get your player in and you get drafted for the next season. Jim Palmer qualifies for 2 of your 3 theme teams. That's awesome. Dave Winfield does one of my 3 theme teams and nobody else for the other 2. Nice. Yeah, Biggio definitely has Cav and Biggio. So you've got the Biggio for the father-son team. It's a conspiracy against Dodgers theme. I get it. Catch eligible is interesting. I mean, he's really not a catcher, but it is a nice little bit. And that should, that second base defense is not horrible. So I like the Biggio. I like the Reigns. We'll be playing with Winfield. I like the power and eye on Winfield's nice. Have them curate a choice pack for me. That's right. Yeah, I know Tim Raines Jr. No kids. I know Jim Palmer married early. I don't know what happened there. So we have this. I'm going to hold on and figure out what to do. It may get worse as the week goes. I don't know. So there's your Dodgers theme team. Not a lot of choices here. I'm going to go to roster management. We've got the Mike Piazza. Just to start off, I'm going to ask the AI just to set up everything. So I get my best cards in, submit. And the Dodgertown Legends have been built. Okay. Get 4 daughters. Okay. I did not say Don Drysdale. I said Don Drysdale. I don't believe you. I don't believe me. So there's not a lot of cards to pull from here. Okay, cool. I might be open in the market for the Walker Buehler at some point. So we are definitely hurting as far as Dodgers on this squad. And yeah. It is not pretty. So I got my work cut out for me on this. We might, depending how things go, we'll see where we are. We'll definitely need to get in some perfect drafts and getting this going. Once we're in an entry pool, that'll open up. So we'll come back and look at what's going on in Dodgertown. One of the questions was, and again, I don't know if I have the specific logo. How do you update and change the logo? I bet there's should hit first. More chance to get points. So there you go. A fun little strategy. Lineups. My best hitter probably is interesting. The Piazza has no eye with that power. Huh. Very interesting. So yeah, we're doing a little bit of different Brandon Marsh. We'll see how that all goes. Well, Mike Piazza leading off, huh? To get more chances. Again, we're going after achievements, right? So you can see all the achievements you can get. You're trying to get as many achievements as you can. It'll drive you additional perfect points to help you get things you need. I am not doing the Kava challenge. Sorry, Kava. It's too hard for me. I can barely do packs only. Iron cards should have blue numbers. Cito Gaston with the 109 power. So we've got our 2 Dodgers catchers. Fletcher, who played 2 games for the Dodgers, and Mike Piazza. And we got Miggy Rowe as its short. And that's all the Dodgers we've got. This one, the blue here? Yeah, blue avoid K. So that's what we've got so far going on the Dodgers theme team. I can go look in the market, card shop, Dodgers, and there's a Don Drysdale going for 125K. I can spend all my perfect points right now and get a Chris Taylor. This Chris Taylor card actually is kind of nice for a 59 in iron. Oh, I know, Max LP. I know. Well, we can take a look at that team in a bit. AW, how you doing? Welcome in, AW, one of our newest streamers. All the streamers in the house. I rock this. AW, Max LP 80. Shout outs all around. I rock this. Go follow I rock this with cat content. AW, one of our newest streamers. Did it go? There it goes. And Max LP 80. Go check out some of our affiliates getting you drops. Did that not work? I just put your name in. Why would I put it back? Why would I like do anything? Thank you so much, X Diamond Girl, for the sub or the follow. Excuse me. Thank you for coming in, X Diamond BJ, for the follow. Thank you to Max LP 80 for subbing. Thank you to Lead OOTP for subbing today. You guys are awesome. And but yeah, this is kind of an interesting card. I don't know what if Chris is making the squad. I think he is, but so not stellar at anything, but a very nice, can cover lots of different parts in a tournament when you're playing tournaments. Lowly Worm! Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. A little wee woo for you. In a tournament, you see he's only trained at 14 out of 57 at second base. In a tournament, he'll actually get the full 57. So in tournaments, whatever they're trained up to, they'll get the full amount. Thanks, Lowly. I appreciate it, man. So you have all these folks here that you can kind of, when you're thinking about it, decent BABIP, some power and some eye, can play, has a little bit of speed, so does a little bit of everything. From an iron tournament standpoint, this is a card you want. I'm going to buy him now, so I'll have him for my iron tournament, and he's also a Dodger. Did it go through? Why did it not go through? This is what I'm talking about right now. When I hit like refresh list, I don't really see. Oh, there's a Chris Taylor being purchased. Okay. Tommy Edman. Not a great looking card to start with, but for my Dodgers theme team, I'm going to go get a Tommy Edman. Helps me towards the Dodgers mission too. And again, I'm not going to pay over 100 for an iron card at this point. Get the Billy Ashley. Oh, Kike Hernandez. Can play all over the place. Billy Ashley has some power and nothing else. And Austin Barnes, one of the biggest chemistry boosts you can have as a Dodger because he's been around forever. So, I don't know. Am I spending it on Dodgers? Yeah, I am. I'm doing a little Dodger buy-in. And did the AI put any of them in? They didn't put Chris Taylor in. They didn't put any of them in. And that's where you have to just beat the AI up. Put your guys in that you want. Who's I got in left field right now? Lineups. Left field, Brandon Marsh. Well, he's kind of decent. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm not going to do it all right now, but that's what I'm going to go through. We'll do more figuring out cards that are good for tourneys. And again, I haven't done enough yet on that. So we'll wait for this to come. We'll let this all play around. And again, we're far away on missions. And I'm not getting missions showing up at all. That's cool. I guess I don't get them until I'm in entry pool. Okay. So let's go submit that. Make sure it's all set. Someone wanted to see how to change the logo on your team. So you go into main, perfect team. You go into customize team. And while you can go through and choose any of the different logos that load here, if you've come up with your own logo, you can go to advanced settings and select, and you'll see this folder here. It's your out of the park developments, OOTP Baseball 26 logos. And I've already got my Dodger Town blues in here. I'm going to check the second one. And I hit select. All right, and I can hit OK and it'll save that. I think I also have, let's see if I have this. I don't know if I've moved over the Dodgers unis yet. So to Suiji, who usually streams on, you can't get on your tournament draft teams? Oh, interesting. It should take what you have on your main over. So I don't know. One thing I've found sometimes, if you feel like your image isn't sticking, no, I'm gonna do 3 theme teams in my main. That's my goal this year, is to do 3 theme teams in my main. So we'll see how good I am at sticking at that. And we're gonna make all three now. Correct. Only 2 quick tournaments this year as far as slots. I believe that is all the slot numbers. You're going to hold me to it? I love it. You can find all the slot numbers in this document there. So one of the things I've found, if you find that your images or things aren't ticking and sticking, when you go through, make a change like this and then edit the team name and just change a character in here. For example, for TTC, I might just put a dash in and click OK. Then that will typically force it to change. So Dodger blue there. So that's how you can change that. I'm not sure how, like, why it's not showing up on your tourney team. But there's nothing else you can do there. Okay. So we've done our first Dodgers theme team. We did get a Mike Piazza, which is pretty awesome. So yay, we got a good Dodger to start with. And we have many, many, many more to go chase. So that's going to be kind of an interesting, got our work cut out for us. Another theme that we're going to do, again, if you want to get the theme teams, join us in the Discord. Doing your favorite franchise is like the easiest thing to get started with. But there's more. So it's really easy. Again, come with something you're going to be passionate about. Your favorite franchise is an easy way of doing that. Make sure all 26 players on the roster meet your theme constraints. You don't have to worry about it this week. We're not going to have theme teams ready until next Sunday. So you have time. Join the Theme Team Crew Discord. I did put the link in there. I just did. You want to make a theme team of players? I'm waiting. It's like doing one of those like cliffhangers. Players you've seen in person. Interesting. That means you need to get a big list. We have an Add My Theme Team channel. You get the details. There's a form that you fill out. and then I'll get you into league play. And just make sure you got TTC added to your team name. It'd be really bad. On TV or like in real life. Some people have done this where they've, like they went to a lot of ball games in the 80s, and so they're going to have like from 83 to 1993 is like the era of anyone who played in that era, I did not see Babe Ruth in person. I saw Joe DiMaggio in Mr. Coffee commercials as a kid. Does that count? The other theme team we'll be doing this year, one of our second theme teams, that is hard, Neurodoc, is the New York Cubans. You went to a Mantle game. That's awesome. All players that left the Padres and won a World Series someplace else. Oh, wow, Mob Killer. That's nuts. Again, you got to have your research all set. But anyone who left the Padres is interesting, too. I kind of like it. I'm all for it. We're doing the New York Cubans. My father-in-law was a big fan of Cuban music and Cuban baseball. And I didn't really know much about it. So I started doing some research and really been intrigued about learning about Cuban baseball. You got Luis T on here, Jose Mendez, Martin Dihigo, Minnie Minosa, Tony Oliva. So I'm going to try to do something on Sundays or these Saturdays and do a little bit of like an homage, a discussion of baseball in Cuba. And so this is my New York Cubans theme team. And it's going to be the kickoff of my first of these series that I thought I'd do. So bear with me. This is not a licensed Laptop Hound history lesson. But this is more of just an option of, I want to learn about baseball in Cuba. And today we're going to start with the origins of baseball in Cuba. There's Rabbit Jack, players with a theme team. Anyone of the 12 Yankee Dodgers World Series? That's just an interesting one. Oh, that's interesting, Artist Ranger. Yeah, again, the research is tough on this stuff. So I cribbed a lot of notes from this book by Roberto Gonzalez Echevarria, The Pride of Havana, A History of Cuban Baseball. Written, I think, in the 90s, just to get an idea. And I'm still reading it, so I haven't finished it. But I've tried to crib a lot of information from that. So I want to give props out to Roberto Echevarria and his book. And it's a it's an interesting read. And just I learned a lot. I'm still learning a lot. So let's go through and do a little bit of Cuba. I'm talking about the history of baseball in Cuba. And you can't really separate the history of baseball in Cuba without talking a little bit about the history of Cuba itself. Havana was founded in the 16th century as a gateway to the Spain's empire in the Americas. Of course, Spain taking over Cuba. Taking the indigenous people of Cuba and using them as slaves, killing off many of them based on disease and overwork, etc. But, that's the beginning of Havana being a really big port. And the Haitian Revolution near the end of the 18th century and led to the demise of Haitian sugar and pushed Cuba to be the principal producer in the world market. So, again, the biggest sources of sugar went from Haiti to Cuba. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Walla Walla Koala. And in 1817, marked the opening of the Cuban ports to foreign trade. So again, just taking in a little bit of the history of where we are. And Matanzas, here to the east of Havana, was a flatter land, had more land to build out for the sugarcane crops, more wood for fuel. Mills were built, railroads built to connect to Havana. And again, as they were a colony of Spain, they were actually moving more towards the industrial age faster than Spain was. They were looking at new ways of production in industry. Cuba had a railroad before Spain did. And there's also a dramatic increase of slaves to support the sugar mills. And the Afro population came through and really made Matanzas central to the history of Cuban music and producing a number of baseball greats. And really, this whole change in industry, slaves being brought in and changing the culture over time, really started separating more Spain and Cuba and leading to them seeking their independence. So, all this time, as well as we're getting more and more wealth from the sugar industry, prosperous families would send their sons to the U.S. to study. A lot of them up here to New York with the other counting orders. So you're doing trade from New York and Chicago, New York and Cuba back and forth. And, but throughout, again, a lot of wealthy families are sending their sons to get an education in U.S., understanding industry, understanding business, etc. And one of the three boys sent was Nemesio Gio, who I'm going to pronounce horribly, and I should have figured out beforehand. But he went to school in Mobile, Alabama at the age of, I think, 11, and returned in 1864 with a ball and a bat in his trunk. And that's noted kind of the father of baseball in Cuba, bringing back the actual bat and ball. Now, Matanzas had Havana's ports, meant more contact with American port cities. And at this time, again, in the late 1880s. Oh, no, we've already had a couple. Walla Walla. There's no question. There was a lot of baseball being done in port cities, in Boston, in New York, etc. And in 1868, a Havana team traveled to Matanzas to play and defeat a crew of an American schooner in port for repairs. So baseball is already starting to happen as a sport. It's getting popular in the U.S. The ties of trade making it popular in Havana as well. And then, again, this constant conflict with Spain becomes more and more of a conflict as the Spanish oppression continues, taking more from Cuban trade and not investing back in the island. And there was a lot of political retribution happening from Spain to people who were countering them. It's a period called La Emigración. A lot of people immigrated to Florida to escape this political retribution. More cigar factories being built in the Tampa Bay and Key West areas to bypass the Spanish monopoly. A lot of the Cubans were learning a lot about the industrial policy. How do you manufacture things better, and working their factories, and would bring that back to Cuba. An 1869 baseball banned by the Spanish, who viewed this as an American invention and successionist and dangerous due to the use of sticks, known as bats. And a lot of the people who fought Spain, who had emigrated to, that's right, they preferred swords, emigrated to Florida, started the independence movement against Spain from Florida. And in 1872, during the suppression period, 7 medical students at the University of Havana were executed by the Spanish government. And November 27th, still a national day of mourning. And even more Cuban families were sending their sons to study in the U.S. to get them out of harm's way. This period is also really interesting if you think about the region. And, when I did a Dominican theme team a couple years ago, learning that basically baseball came to Dominican Republic from Cuba. And this little immigration period where people were fleeing from the oppression of the Spanish, people went to Mexico and the Yucatan and brought baseball with them. BD Cable, how you doing? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you again. And baseball spread from Cuba to Venezuela, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Mexico during this period. So just again, the interesting thing about the culture, right, and the culture of Cuba was taking on this sport, baseball. It was American, the industry of America versus Spain, which was bullfighting, which still hadn't gotten into the period. And there you go. Enough of this history. Make EVC wear a hat. Anyway, we'll talk more about this, but we'll talk about some different players. This is the time on Sprockets when we wear a hat. BD Cable, thank you for making me wear a hat. I do have one hat. Oh, where'd it go? I hung it back up. That's not on the list. This is a new one. This is supposed to be a hat that kind of completes the Cuban experience that I'm trying to pull off today, which I'm probably not doing it well. Anyway, we've got a new hat onto the mix here. So I do not have a giant. This is a close. This is close. I'm going to do a little bit more in the history here in between hat wearing. If chat will allow it, maybe today I'll just wear this hat to finish off. Is Chad good with this? But otherwise, BD Cable, you get to choose which hat I wear. You choose one of the different numbers or this Cuban hat. I'll put it in the chat, and chat can vote on which hat we'll be wearing today on the stream. I think this is better like this, don't you? I think that's better. I think that's much better. So we're wearing a hat. I'm not going to do the vote today. We're just go right through BD Cable. If it's okay with you, BD Cable. Does this work? Seawit! How you doing? Real Teddy O, thank you for the sub. We got hats being chosen. Thank you, BD Cable, for making me wear a hat today. Kavakon made me wear a hat last time out. How's it going, Seawit? Tell me what things I should put on my tourney teams, because I am nowhere close to figuring it out yet. I got to start making things for my theme teams. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you here. We're just going through some of the history of Cuban baseball right now, as we got a Cuban theme team coming through that we'll be pulling packs on. Oh, the tourney teams are getting randomized when tourneys fire? Yeah. It's all fun. It's all fun. This is interesting there, isn't it? We've got a hat being worn, so thank you, BD Cable, spending 50,000 channel points to get me wear a hat for the rest of the stream. We're gonna go until we're got nothing else to do. So we're on for the long period today. We've just been talking about Cuban history and baseball, the pride of Havana, using a lot from Roberto Gonzalez. We're gonna have a theme team on any player who played in Cuba, as well as players of Cuban descent. And that is the plan for the theme team here. And again, talking about the history of Cuba and people bringing things through. So we just talked about the Guerra de los 10 Años, the 10 Years' War. And again, we talked about, because the sugar industry was bringing all this wealth into the country, the wealthy plantation owners were sending their sons to the U.S. Esteban Bayan became the first Caribbean and first Latin American to play professional baseball in the United States. And Bayan joined the Troy Haymakers in 1869 and quickly earned the nickname the Cuban Sylph for his graceful play at third base. 2 years later, he and his teammates joined baseball's National Association, a precursor to the National League, and the first professional baseball league in the United States. Later, the Haymakers became the New York Giants, now the San Francisco Giants. So Esteban Bayan is one of those early players that trained in the U.S., ended up playing in the precursor to the National League. Also, recently reading through some different parts. I've been doing a lot of research on different pieces and finding different parts of the internet. And Rafael Julian de la Rua of Matanzas was a classmate of Bayan at Fordham from 1864 to 1867. He transferred to RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. of Troy for 1868, and in that year joined the Haymakers, pitching in 12 games. So a year before Bayan joined the Haymakers. He had a peculiar screwball pitch, and Ruiz' pitching was the acme of perfection. Not too swift to be unreliable, and with just enough of the twist to prevent the Mutuals from making their heaviest batting. So that's from the local paper at the time, the Troy Times, back in 1868. Some of the very first professional Latin players in baseball history, again, from Cuba. And just really interesting parts that I had no idea about before. Also known as fathers of baseball, the brothers of Carlos and Enrique Teodoro de Zaldo learned baseball while attending Fordham in 1875 to 1877. Again, you see this many. Fordham was one of the top Catholic schools at the time, and so the Cuban families would send. I do not have one. I don't. Cuba would send their sons up, and they'd have, again, connections with New York bankers and counting houses. And the counting houses would help their clients by taking in their sons in the port of New York, helping them get their clothes, getting them into these schools, a little more in the bucolic parts of New York at the time, back in Fordham. And the brothers here attended for 1877, returned to Cuba in 1878, and they formed one of the first baseball teams, the Almendares Baseball Club. So Almendares and Habana were the two big teams, the Reds and the Blues. We'll talk more about those teams and the history of those teams in another Saturday stream. But really kind of interesting that, he formed it, and you have to, of course you do. And of course you do. And these early clubs were really more social, right? They were really more like a club versus a baseball team. There would be get-togethers, they'd play, but and then there'd be social activities afterwards where they'd have long dinners and dances and everything else. So it's really kind of, again, culturally more than just a game face-to-face, head-to-head in these early days. Carlos was both manager of the team and played shortstop, while Enrique Teodoro was a pitcher, known to throw, I think, the first curveball in Cuba. Carlos was also instrumental in bringing together the other local amateur teams, El Habana and Club Matanzas, to form Liga Cubana de Baseball, the Cuban Baseball League. The first official league game took place on December 29th, 1878, with Club Habana narrowly defeating Club Almendares 21-20. Carlos's opposing player manager that game was none other than the former fellow Fordham alumnus, Esteban Bayan. So really interesting. Thank you so much for the follow, Killer D-Score. Glad to have you here. So kind of a fun thing. All these connections and ties to each other. Who won the Cy Young Act for a game? I have no idea. A different era of play, man. So that's kind of some interesting players. And again, then we had the War of Independence in 1859, 1898, 1895-98, and the U.S. occupation, the Spanish-American War as it expanded. And again, this is the independence from Spain. We won't go too much into that. But again, culturally, a lot of these early sugar mills were family plantations relying on slaves. After the Spanish-American War, many were forced to sell their land and consolidation started happening into called centrales, becoming company town structures. And black and white players really started playing together, breaking down the color barriers, and Cuban baseball became integrated in 1900. Still, still a lot of separation, but integrated 40-some years before American baseball. And that really opened up a lot of the ties we'll see later on with the Negro Leagues. We'll do a whole other section on one of these histories in Cuban baseball, talking about the integration with the Negro Leagues that we'll go through. So yeah, that sounds like AI Vanhu almost. So we're working on the New York Cubans theme team crew. Any player of Cuban descent or played in Cuba or played for the New York Cubans. And the only topper, I believe, is the Houston 20, Yuli Gurriel. I cannot even say his name. Yuli Gurriel. And again, there's a lot of live players that we can kind of target for the squad. But there are also some fun cards that are already in the set, which I'm extremely excited about in the opening deck. Pee Wee Reese played in Cuba in 1942 spring training. There was a whole Life magazine spread about the Dodgers in Havana playing spring training. They played in spring training for a number of years in Cuba before getting Vero Beach. And so the Brooklyn Dodgers infield, here you've got Dolph Camilli, Billy Herman, Pee Wee Reese, and Archie Vaughn posed outside Tropical Stadium of Havana during spring training 1942. We'll go through a lot. I also have another thing. Maybe we'll start next weekend talking about all the different stadiums, which are really fascinating to look at stadiums from then and today, from the 1890s into the roaring 1950s, and then what some of those stadiums look like today. So fun things going on there. Pee Wee Reese. So we'll be there's a number of teams visited Cuba from pretty much 1908 up until the end of baseball, the end of professional baseball in Cuba in the 1960s. So the theme team has some interesting players from that entire range of time. Tons of Negro League players played in Cuba, of course. Excuse me. There are minor league teams that played. So a lot of interesting things that we'll be able to tap into and talk about as the season progresses. One of the biggest stars of Cuban baseball, Jose Mendez, in the opening deck that I'm gonna work my butt off to go get. Baby Royer, a player we'll talk about a little bit later, who in the Cuban Hall of Famer discovered Jose Mendez, and Jose played for the Almendares Blues in the Cuban League beginning in 1907. He also pitched for the Cuban Stars in the U.S. in 1908. Became a Cuban legend in 1908, playing against the Cincinnati Reds, who were in town for like a 7 or 9 game exhibition series in Havana. Jose pitched 25 consecutive scoreless innings over 3 games, giving up 8 hits, 3 walks, striking out 24, ended up reeling off 43 consecutive scoreless innings, playing some other teams after Cincinnati left. He led the Cuban League in wins 3 times, and Almendares won 3 pennants in his 6 campaigns with them. Continued to dominate as a pitcher in the Cuba and in the Negro Leagues, playing for the the Kansas City Monarchs, several other clubs. So Jose Mendez is really a fascinating player, and hopefully we'll attain him. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about Jose Mendez as the cycle moves forward. But he is one of the Hall of Famers inducted in 2006 in the in the U.S. Baseball Hall of Fame. A slender right-handed pitcher who was acknowledged as the first Cuban-born baseball star in the pre-Negro Leagues era, utilized a vast array of pitches, mainly relying on a deceptive fastball and a sharp breaking curve to dominate opposing pitchers. As player-manager, led the Kansas City Monarchs to 3 consecutive Negro National League pennants from 1923 to 1925, clinched the 1924 Negro Leagues World Series title with 3-hit shutout, held 25 consecutive shutout innings against the Cincinnati Reds during the exhibition competition in 1908. So kind of a fun player to be in the game. We're excited for that. And then someone else, Alejandro Ohms. This is the winter of 1924-25 with a 1-run lead in the championship game with the bases loaded and Ohms coming up to bat. There's Ohms with the Tigres, or the Leones, the QBs. The Havana Rojos, or Havana Lions. So knowing that Alejandro Ohms was a great curveball hitter, Biz Mackey called for a fastball from Bullet Joe, who shook him off. Bullet, you know this man can hit a curveball. He can't hit mine. You have to be crazy. You do the catching, I'll do the pitching. This is, again, the Voices of Black Baseball book talks about this interaction here in Cuba. And Bullet Joe Rogan threw 3 straight curveballs and struck him out. We'll talk more about Ohms in another episode, but Ohms basically was known for making tons of amazing catches in the expansive parks that you had in Cuba. And that's what we're going to roll with. Alejandro Ohms in the game. Someone we'd love to target and get for this squad as well. So just a couple of the different players, a ton of different players that are in here we'll do through, and we'll start pulling some of those cards. I've been doing a lot of research on this one. So I've got my 26 New York Cubans. And we've got Baseball Reference, everyone who's born in Cuban. He had 3 home runs for the game for you? Wow. I'm having a hard time. I have him on my main on my league team, and he's not playing well. These are all the Cuban-born players that have been in the major leagues that we have on the list. And then I've been going from the book and just reading like different players that either Pride of Havana book, exhibition games from the Voices of Black Baseball, and notable MLB stars that played at different games. So we're going through and just kind of capture this list of players. So we've got, and again, it's just reading a lot. There's not a really key place to see everyone who played in Cuba at some point, especially when we're talking about exhibition games. But there's a lot of interesting stories that we'll be covering over the year. So Ohms should be fun. Again, if you're thinking about doing the theme team, get on in. We're going to go pull some packs on the Cuban team now. And see what we get. So I know a lot of discussion going through on tournaments, resetting some rosters. I don't know much more detail that's going on from that. Mr. AI did. So teams getting completely changed over, it looks like, based on chat talking through that. I have not looked in detail on it. It is kind of, again, I'm just throwing spaghetti against the wall right now to see what's going through on different teams. But I know there's some things that need to be tightened up that they're going to be working on from what I've heard. So let me go switch on over. Thank you to BD Cable for getting me to wear this wonderful hat today. Thank you to Seawood In for the raid. Thanks to Real Teddy O subscribing now for 18 months, which is insane. A little hype there for all the subs coming in today. Thank you guys for hanging out and support the channel. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you. And let me go switch now to I haven't done these teams yet, so I have to remember exactly which team's doing what. The New York Cubans. Okay. Let's get in there and see what we got. Now, unfortunately, again, the Hall of Fame pack does not provide us any specific players, but we'll give this a run here. Let's go see what we get here on the starter packs. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Again, there's so many great players. Sotelo Vargas definitely won. The Cuban Stars. The interesting thing is also is it went through Cuban baseball became to have a cachet. There were tons of different squads that basically did not even have a Cuban on them at one point. It was also a way to kind of allow Negro League players to play on on some of those teams in a way. It had a certain cachet, so people would think it would be Cuban baseball. Very interesting historically. As you go through and read more, I'll do more on that in a coming Saturday episode. Mike Garman is our gold that we've gotten for the starter pack here. Luke Littell, Mazzara. Is Nomar Mazzara Cuban? I do not know. Nomar Mazzara. He's Dominican. Vitello's the greatest Dominican offensive player before integration. I don't know. I don't think so, Dr. Dynastic. I'm pretty not, but I appreciate it. Good to see you, man. It's great seeing all the streamers coming through here. We're open packs on our Cuban team that the Cheesehead provide today. Getting some starter packs going. We got a lot of work cut out for us, and our variant for this one is every starter pack has a variant in them, or every set of starter packs. Clarence Mitchell, decent home run allowed and control, might be a nice bronze for us to have on bronze tourney teams, so that's kind of nice to know. Clarence Mitchell. Oh, are you starting a wave of EVC hats, Dr. Dynastic? I guess Varland, Nunez, Dominican Republic. We can do a wave. John Birdie, Cubbies, John Barney, Lowenstein, I see I had Lowenstein. Ugh. Glenn Adams, Pedro Avila, Venezuela. Jared Jurens, Carlos Hernandez from Venezuela, Perdomo, Caratini. Caratina's from Cuba. There we go. We've got ourselves a Cuban catcher. No, it's Puerto Rico. Wait. I am gonna be bad. I have to do better at this part. It's Puerto Rico. Why did I think it was Cuba? That's not good. I don't know if the mothership is streaming today, honestly. Valente Belozo from Mexico. Eric Hosmer, part of the Keith Hernandez mission. Again, this is new. You see the Keith Hernandez mission there on the opening screen. Rich Gossage, Tony La Russa. It is possible that the mothership will stream. I do not know yet. Matt Waldron. So yeah, not any big Cuban names yet left. Clayton Kershaw would have been nice for my Dodgers theme team. But we got Piazza on the Dodgers theme team, so we will work with the Kirsch. Nunnally. Edsel Walker. It's true. Diamond pack coming in. It's Matt Chapman, who I might think of selling. Pep Young. Jose Santiago. That's Puerto Rico. Next diamond pack. Dan Wheeler. The Astros. Ed Murphy, Howie Schultz. And Corey Seager with Fernando Tatis from the Dominican Republic. And Miggy Rowe from Colombia or Venezuela? I'm going to do better at figuring out flags. So, no real Cuban players to start with. What are you going to do? So there we go. We're going to start that off. We'll do some more shopping around at some point. We do have our Hall of Fame pack. But none of these players played in Cuba. We do have the Baltimore Orioles Okay, tonight. That's right. OTP Developments will be on at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific for This Week in Perfect Teams Showdown tonight at 8 p.m. So DishNet will be on. You'll be able to get your drops this evening on the mothership. Jim Palmer was part of the delegation of the Orioles who played down in Havana for an exhibition game, but he did not actually play in the game. So I'm sticking it to players who actually played in Cuba. And so Palmer did not make the cut on this one. So that's our team. We're going to let the AI go through and just set up our roster, and we'll come back to that and work more on this offline and kind of find some players. Yeah, none of those four help this specific theme team, unfortunately. Let's see, where am I? Overview, roster management, actions. We'll just get that all set up and wait to enter entry pool. So we'll end up doing a lot more drafts to try to get some economy going here. So that's the Cubans. The New York Cubans. We'll be working on them in the coming stuff. Your Bijo's playing like a bum? I'm sorry, old man gaming. This is interesting. The entry pool is in 2024 run environment. And the 2024 run environment, if I remember correctly, let's go here. We're going to do... Had an incredibly low BABIP. $24.35, which compared to 2014 $25.78. Balls in play. This is the number of balls in play the defense must deal with. I don't see BABIP on the thing here though. But it's a really weird run environment that I don't think will be like league play, but we'll find out as leagues start getting built on Monday. But a lot of things running around right now, trying to figure out how they're running. So let's get back to, again, if you're into making theme teams on your own, join us in the Discord. We'd love to have you. Super easy to go through. 5 easy steps. We'll get you into league play starting on the 24th. So you have a week to kind of get your theme set up. I'm going to be spending this week trying to get my team all set up. And then hopefully have everything compliant and ready to go for next Sunday night into Monday. And league play will start on March 24th. So join us in on the Discord. We'd love to have you in on the theme team crew. I'll be highlighting some of the new theme teams that are coming on the the Thursday stream. And Wednesday we'll be back and doing Guess the Set. Well, we're going to do our third team. This is a mix that you guys in chat came up with and helped me come up with. Is the EVCs for this cycle. 2 years ago, we did players whose first names start with EV or C. Last year, we did last names starting with EV or C. And this year, players have to have all three letters EV and C in their name. So Tim McCarver, for example, has an EV and C in it. Willie McCovey, Dave Cash, Chavez, Concepcion, Pete Incaviglia, Vince Coleman. So we're doing that. Plus, whoever played for Cleveland, which is the only MLB city with the letters EV and C in it. So it's the EV Clevelanders TTC coming at you for the PT26. And this one, at least, we know that Dave Winfield played for Cleveland. So we'll be able to use one of these packs. And these are all some of the toppers. So Jason Giambi for AL East 20. Sam McDowell for AL Central Complete. So I got some work cut out to me. I'm all concerned about the promotion based on cards and collecting, moving up theme teams that can't play those cards. Generally, there's always a potential where you've got cards that you're playing that are not, that are high level cards that don't fit your theme. And the system generally has made it so that you can't, it says you're tanking if you're not using your best cards. One of the things that I think needs to be considered if you're doing a theme team is, do you need, if you're running in that situation, you can sell those cards and make perfect points if you're not using them for your specific theme. Typically, I would suggest that even though it might be good for a mission in the future, the present value of that perfect card may be worth a lot more in perfect points than it will be for whatever mission it drives up in the future, at least early in the cycle. So I don't think, if you're talking about super promotion, we need to see what it does. I think if you dominate a level, that's when you're going to get hit with super promotion. I think in general, there is the issue of you've got really great cards in your team and you're not playing them on your theme team. And then that's seen as a kind of an anti-tanking measure where they kind of say, hey, you have to be compliant, you have to use your best cards. I would, again, suggest if you have some of those to put them on the market and sell them. And that typically will allow you to at least submit your player. You can take them back off the market after you do that. It's kind of a mini way around it, but doesn't always work. You're losing an entry pool. You haven't completed a mission, and you're at 94 on the ranking score. Well, the ranking. I don't know. Maybe it's just that you've got more cards than somebody else. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot Giambi played for Cleveland. I agree. Rico Cardi, Bartolo Colon played for Cleveland as part of the Cleveland missions, as is Travis Hafner, Sam Rice, Buddy Bell, and Eric Davis, also someone who's not played for Cleveland, but has the E, V, and C in their name. Part of the launch day mission for Red Speed and Defense would help this one as well. It shouldn't be relative, Dr. D, though. It should be based on, I don't know. Thanks, Yo Dodger Bob. No, Don Julio is not, it's not me. El Jefe. Your team is hot trash and you're 98? Yeah. We'll take a look at the main when we're done pulling stuff. But we're gonna take a look at some Clevelanders. Drafts pumped you up? Dave Winfield at least played for Cleveland. We're gonna be taking him in our pack for the Clevelanders. So let's go take a look. Shouldn't have made Robbie Erlin your ace. Your team that you haven't started is up to 72? That's weird. Yay, I'm excited. Okay. Having some billing issues with my MLB TV. It looks like it's going to be resolved today. So yay, I can watch some Dodgers. Some Dodgers in Japan. Very excited for that series. So we've done our Cuban team. We've done our Dodgers team. We're going to take a look now at the Cleveland squad. And see what we can build. So thank you all for hanging out today. Again, thanks to Killer D Score for following, Real Teddy O for subscribing, Seawit for the raid in, BD Cable for making me wear a hat today. We've got Lowly Worm resubbing. Thank you again. BD Cable subbing, Max LP subbing, Lead, OOTP subbing. So appreciate each and every one of you subbing in today. And let's go to a new team. Again, I haven't even figured out which accounts I'm using. We're using the EBC and NYCX. I feel like I did that wrong, but let's get this going. Okay, log out. And we'll take a look at some rankings. Look at my main and see where we are in the main. I dropped $100 in my main yesterday, and we were lucky and got the McCutcheon. So I cannot complain. But here we are. No Ribbon Packapalooza today. We'll see if we get that back next week or the week after. The Cleveland squad. EVCs in Cleveland. It's always rough early on. Then you get in league play, you start getting perfect points, you start tickling away at it. Here we go. We got our first Cleveland player. It's Buddy Rosar, who can be our catcher. Excellent. John Lackey. Sugar Cane. Great name. Should be eligible for the Cuban squad. Rivera, Woody Jensen, and Tony Scott. Emmanuel Rivera is missing a C in his name via EVCs. Yeah, the missions are always going to be tough starting off. Hal Newhouser, another Cleveland player. Nice. Not a lot of control. Lots of P. Babbitt. And the Sandy Alomar as an Angel. Does Sandy Alomar play for Cleveland? Alomar. He did. But this is not the same Sandy Alomar. This is his dad, I think, from 64 to 78. Played with Milwaukee, Mets, White Sox, Angels, Yankees, and Texas. So, no. And I don't know if that's a variant I can use. Yeah, it's Alomar's dad. Jackie Hayes, Sean Burke, Brandon Barnes, Joe Pepitone. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's kind of interesting. Edward Cabrera is missing a V, otherwise he'd be EVC eligible. Tanner Rainey, Jimmy Outlaw. Outlaw Tigers there. Here we go. Luke Hojafar. Hojafar? I always thought it was Hojafar. It was Hojafar. Hojafar? That's an EVC. So there you go. There's an EVC that can play. Buck Farmer, no V's. Jordan Wicks. We've got missing a C in Omar Narvaez's name. No Indians. No Cleveland squads. Gonna have to do some more research, some deep diving. It was pronounced Luke eligible for TTC. Yeah, I needed Everett Cabrera for sure. Miguel Tejada. See more. McEnany. John Neese. Roy Sievers. This Sievers is a really fun iron splitty card. The V left. I've even played in bronze tourneys. Jose Guillen. Knapp Rucker is our gold, not an EV or C, or I don't know Knapp Rucker's team affiliation. Knapp Rucker played for Brooklyn his entire career. There you go. Swanson, Osvaldo Cabrera, no, sounds like a V, but not a V. Cargavai, Shelby, Hendricks. Let's check out the gold pack. Brendan Donovan. We got a lot of work to do, guys. We got a lot of work. I mean, a lot of perfect points to get going. Anthony Rendon. Also, I think, if I remember correctly, very splitty as a card. A very V left third base option. And Miguel Tejada, a duplicate for us in the Derek Jeter mission. Let's go. Not a lot of extra perfect points in this one. Ryan Holman, Cal Freeland, Diamond Pack. So Anthony Rendon doesn't really help us yet. Shane McClanahan, very solid live pitcher for your rosters to start off the season. No Clevelanders. Man. I don't know, A-Dub. I haven't really figured it out. I think it's EVC's Clevelanders is what I'm going with. Or Clevelanders, depending on how you like to say it. Nathaniel Lowe. Lowe. I'm going to say it wrong. You can use it. Franchise Time Machine. Very few Cleveland people here. But we will use our PB Sim. EVC Lights. How you doing, PB Sim? How's it going, everybody? Hope your prospects did well. Looking forward to seeing you guys in the big leagues. The Majors draft is coming, I think, next week. If you want to get in the PBE, this link is a season old. We need the draftees. I need the link for the season 54 draftees. If you've got them, that'd be great to see. When is the PBE playoffs going for this afternoon? I'm actually excited for the PBE playoffs. Our team, the Vancouver Vandals, has won 8 of the last 10 games, gone from a 7-game deficit to tied or 1 game back behind OBX, the Outer Banks squad, for the playoffs. We get a chance for a playoff. It's at 3 p.m. Okay, I'm going to try to take us until 3 p.m. I'll get you over to Max LP, the PBM squad, at 3 p.m. And NASBase, yeah, if you have the link for getting people into PBE Season 54 draft, I need an update if you guys got it. That would be awesome. I need to figure out how to get the fish and find that on my own, but I want to update those every time. 3 p.m. Pacific? We'll see how long I go then. That might be long. Double co-host day for you. Congrats, Max. Max LP doing some co-hosting of the PBEs and the NASBase, and Max were doing the PBE kind of intro league, as it were. So if you get your player in, you get to be in the intro league, and then you get drafted by one of the minor league teams. You play a couple of seasons on that. You keep updating your player. You get drafted for a major league team. And I'm on it's been about a year since I joined NASBase. A little over a year since I joined, and I'm excited. We're finally have a chance at a major league playoff push. So that's pretty exciting on the PBE. Let's go open this pack. And again, Dave Winfield, the only one of this group that played for the Cleveland ball clubs. We're going to take Dave Winfield and add him into our team. So let's look at roster management real quick. Manage cards, action, ask AI to set up. There you go. So we've got some decent players to start, more work to go. They chose Winfield and got Palmer instead. Yeah, there were definitely some early things. The database was definitely a mess yesterday, which was frustrating the heck out of everybody over in OOTP land. And I'm glad they were able to get things working. They weren't even sure whether they were going to be able to get perfect drafts or anything working yesterday. So it finally came together after a long day of snags. Always rough launching something new, and frustrating as hell for everyone involved, because you want to start off great. But we're here. We're playing. We got stuff going. I'm excited. What do we got in the market? Is there anything cheap in the market that played for Cleveland? Yeah. Shout out for the late afternoon recharge and re-getting together there. So lots of Cleveland players. I'm looking for players that might also help me on a tourney team. These are too expensive. So if we're thinking about irons, is there any iron I can invest in now, or from Cleveland, that will help me also? Remember Belv Bean being good last year, but I don't like that control number. Higgendorf. Live Jacob Junis. No. Hunter Gaddis. Homer Allowed's not pretty. Yes, Franchise Time Machine, you should be able to open packs. And everything should, map correctly, and you should not have any more issues in that regard. George Cuppy. A lot more control. Diaz. Decent catching, but no BABIP whatsoever. Oof. It's not a profile I like. Reasonable. Ooh, look at that. Luis Ortiz. For iron tourneys, green in, it's got 52 stamina. Happy new season, Badger. How you doing? Interesting. Green stamina, a lot of good PBAB here. It might be a very nice addition for bronze. I'm trying to do a twofer. I'm trying to buy somebody that I can pitch in my team and also help me. Again, Blake Lively, very expensive here. But could also help me in a iron or bronze tourney. So again, just starting out, trying to get into some iron tourneys, and it's rough. Did I say Blake Lively? I'm nothing if not consistently entertaining. I want to play Blake Lively, please, for $100. Cody Anderson, not great. Oh my God. Sam Zoldak. Pete Appleton. Man, I love that Pete Appleton card last year. What's on the other tab? Which tab are you talking about? Cavicom. You think I'm taking tabs? So Cleveland. I don't know. No, I have no Blake Lively images. Wow, this is just not pretty. This is not pretty. It is rough only having 54 cards to make even a basic iron team in tourneys. So I don't know. What do you do? I make a bronze tourney team and just go with what I got. There are not a lot of Cleveland players on this squad. Man. Yeah. I forget often how difficult it is in the early parts of it when if you're not using the credit card and trying to get things going. It's a really rough start. Well, let's go look at a team that I have stuff on. I know day one struggles. That's part of it's definitely part of the fun. But I have been making some thing. Let's go take a look and see what the Dodgers team. So we've got our Cleveland team. We've got our Cuba team. We've got our Dodgers team. Oh, I do have. There should be packs. There should be packs. There should be packs. Activity. Twitch. Drops and rewards. Let's get some packs. Ooh, I have a lot of stuff. This will help the Dodgers theme team. I've got drops running on the Dodgers theme team. Again, if you're not getting drops, get your account set up. This is the link. Get your drops in. The climb is the fun. You like, yeah, I think it is. I agree. So we got the Dodgers squad here. And let's go in and see. We've got ability to go into tournaments now. Let's go and look at perfect drafts real quick. And the bagels and schmear. Can I get into tomorrow's bagels and schmear? I can. Signing up. So we're doing our monthly contest starting in March. You went 1,000 packs straight last year without one single perfect. Still looking at Lively, yeah. Yeah. Blake Lively. We got the bagels and schmear. This is the bagels and schmear setup this year, guys. We'll just set up our roster for this. It's not a roster. It's basically doing a perfect draft. So when you're getting your perfect drafts, that's really what you need to do. We can win some clubhouse stars. This is 1923. 1923. In 1923, you are looking at the rebirth era. 3 starting pitchers, high pitch count, 5-person pen. This is a best of 5 series played in the Polo Grounds of 1939, which means you've got a lot of homers. It's a lot of homers in this park because the two, we're playing in a fishbowl. Hey, there are the Twitch packs. So we'll have some more packs to pull in the Dodgers squad. Oh, yeah. Yes. So let's go draft this one. Here's how this works. If you beat one of my teams, you're automatically entered into a 5-pack drawing at the end of the month. If you get into the top 4, you get points. Anyone who reaches the top 4 in this tournament is in a drawing for 5 packs at the end of the month. If you accumulate the most points by the end of the month, that's 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 1 point for third or fourth. Whoever gets the most points gets 20 packs at the end of the month. So get on in on the bagels and schmear, a chance to get some more packs early on and get some clubhouse stars. So we got 20 minutes on the clock. I need 3 amazing pitchers. And I do not have I have Bob Ojeda. So we're going to go with Bob Ojeda to start off here. And, man. I think I'm going to go with Ray Schock just because the great catching to go with the pitching. And I also like the BABIP in this period. Again, there are a lot of homers, though. So, and especially spray hitters should do better in this ballpark. So let's go with Schmidt. Bob Ojeda and Schmidt. Okay, we go on to a round of diamond, picking 2. Okay, I'd love to get pitchers in this round, but I don't see it happening. There's Rondell White, who can play. So I need good center field defense in this park specifically. I'll take the 101. Not great eye. Robbie Thompson, 106 at second. Bobby Grich, 105 at second. Spray hitter, which I like in this ballpark. Pull hitter. Oh, look at that power, though. The V left God. That's a hard one. The new comparison tool. Mad Mutts, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you getting here, getting your drops. You can see now I got 116 more BABIP V left, but the plus 41 and plus 52 on the power and I. V left is crazy. Lose some power V right, more I, more doubles. Losing 20 points of BABIP though. So this is really like, do I give up the BABIP or do you give up the homers? Because it is a more of a homer-friendly park, I'm going to go with Gritch in this specific one. Badger, thank you so much for the sub. Glad you were here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Appreciate you guys a ton. And yeah, great getting back into PT. Your chances of winning packs. Thank you for following. Oh man, more choices. I just picked a second baseman. There's Joe Morgan. Son of a biscuit. No DH. What do you do? Is this a platoonable? I can platoon that. We're going to platoon second base. Joe Morgan. I appreciate Badger. I know it's using 2 diamonds, but you know what? The bat's too good. Like Brocious. I know. I know. It's just so depressing. Probably Lowry. You're right. You can't use the 2 positions. I like the LaCroix a lot, actually. I need a catcher. This LaCroix is pretty sweet. LaCroix. That's a tough one. Okay, here's the question. Dickie Thon or Walt Weiss? I think Dickie Thon. 89 overall, but very splitty. And yeah, Dickie Thon's kind of a no-brainer in this one. Don't you think? Again, I love this comparison. The numbers are right there for you, so you see what's going on. He can also play second and third. Dickie Thon in like Flynn. I have 2 starting pitchers. I really need a third good starting pitcher to get me rolling here, but I don't see any starters. Curse of versatility. Ira Flagstaff. Ronald can play center. Flagstaff, third base. Ooh, look at that power. All over the place. None of them great, but I will take it. It's a weird era because there's not as many home runs, but there's a lot more home runs in this park, so it kind of evens out in an interesting way. Pudge! So Pudge is definitely there. I already have a starting catcher, though. And so I want to use this round on somebody. Ugh. I like this Billy Goodman card. I've seen this in a couple places, but not stellar great. No power. Works for the era. Sean Barry. I will take a look at Sean Barry. I already got Clarkson at third. Clarkson can play left if I have to. Mac Jones. Very nice view right. Not the greatest outfielder, but I think I'm going there. If only Arise had any kind of fielding. He's a really intriguing. I don't know how this card's going to play. I'm intrigued to how that card's going to play in this era. I really didn't find any of these pictures, which I probably should do here. I'm really behind on pictures. Okay, now I need pictures. Let's do some pictures here. Jim Jeffries. Oh, look at that. I'm not worried about stuff in this era. Myers, same thing. I'm going to take those two pictures and solidify that. Love the Bobby Bonds, the Joe Creeds, Michael King. Oh. I'm going to stick with these guys. Okay, I've got 4 pitchers. I need 4 more pitchers, and I need an outfielder in right or left. Glenn Adams, not much there. Defense and some V left okayness. It really is learning all the cards all over again. It's always a tough start. Eric Hansen, Lamb, Pomerantz. Boy, I'm not loving these pictures. I'm gonna take a chance on Mike Maroth. Again, I'm assuming fewer Ks needed and a good movement and control in this home run specific ballpark, that this is going to be very helpful. Yeah, we have no clue. And I'm not really comfortable with anything we're learning in entry pool because it's 2024, just like we're doing the beta. And I felt like I didn't get a good feel from the beta. Second and short. Same prize for the Bagel and Spear this year. Yes, Rub Your in the Headlights. By the way, Rub Your in the Headlights, did you know you won this week's Guess the Set? Congratulations. Our winners here in chat. And man, cannot feel to save his life. But of the bats that are here, I'm going to take Jim O'Rourke. Yeah, Eric Davis looks really great. I would love to get him. Again, this is all historical cards for this one. Eric Young. I love Eric Young. I know he's not, just the stealing aggressiveness. Like, I remember so much of him in my youth. I remember getting to see him at Vero Beach during the strike year, getting him and Piazza to sign my scorecard. I'm sticking with this old look again. The high home run allowed is what I'm running with. Not great V left here. But I'm going to go with Rube Benton over Casey Stengel. I probably should have gotten outfielders, but there's Vernon Wells here, Mickey Brantley. Tettleton is a potentially second catcher, but really no catching defense. Okay, 2 more pitchers. Everything else hitters. I need a catcher. I need some outfielders. I am looking. That's an interesting. Very nice V right. Ooh, Gene Oliver there. Cangelosi. Look at that BABIP. Hello, John. Welcome in. Let's go with that. And not worry about what pitches I missed. Nice. You win the Friday Night Live PD? Damn. I really got to get my act together. Okay. We need 2 more pitchers. Oh, yuck. Dennis Lamp. I love Lamp. I enjoyed you saying that last night, Spore. Keep him V left. It's a nice looking bat. I'll take that. What movie is that from? I know it's from a movie. I just can't remember which one it was from. Yeah, I don't. It's a weird. This one I'm looking forward for the Cuban team. Not as solid, not as big a card this year as last year's Sandy. Gonna probably take a bad choice choosing him here, but splittiness is crazy down here. It is crazy splitty down here in bronze. And we have a card they like at this level. I need some more infield depth. Gordon Beckham. I'm going to roll with that. Got I and Chacon. Look at that. Nuts. I got third baseman coming out of my... Let's see what we have. Let's look at our lineups just quickly before I get too far. Actions. Generate aspect for real depth. Barry's backing up a couple spots. Clarkson, Young. Okay. So I'm pretty good on depth. Oops, action. And I'm going to go with, so I've got my pitchers. Okay. So here in the last round, I can kind of, last two rounds, I can kind of pick people that look like good, solid stuff. Perfect game from Skeens got you 10,000 perfect points is insane. Shackle Lannister, great to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Hirschberger. Very nice V left. I like that bat. Reitz. Again, you can see all the achievements. If you want to see the achievements you can win from games and try to figure out how to maximize your squad to get those achievements, that is a list of achievements we've been kind of crowdsourcing for a while. Oh, look at this P-BABIP. Unbelievable looking power and the P-BABIP of 15 and 16 with a 24 shortstop rating. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. Oh my gosh. What is that, Jimmy? Chris Carter. Oh, the power in this park makes me just desire to grab a Chris Carter. Would you guys take Chris Carter or would you take someone else? Ooh, the James Baldwin. This home run allowed is making me feel not great with an extreme fly ball in a home run park. The Pods. I kind of like Podsednik. Am I getting too many outfielders to play at anything? Learning me some cards. The Mariners legend. I was thinking about the White Sox. I forgot he was in Milwaukee, right? Milwaukee was a big deal. Jimmy had a very cool 183 BABIP and a 207 career. God, that's horrible. Hello, Jimmy. I'm going to take the Reitz. Everything tastes good in a Ritz. Any special looking pitchers here that I'm missing out in a low round? Bergman. Any good home run allowed, guys? I've got my 8. I'm going to stick with the 8. Felix Jose from past seasons always seems decent. Swole Joel, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. You've timed out almost every draft. It's EVC and NYC bringing the sounds of New York City's finest. Oh, man. It's actually not a bad. I don't need it, though. So I'm looking here. I have catcher, right fielder, and a left fielder, and a first baseman to choose from. We're going to go with this one just because it's boring. And I kind of like. Does Crawford steal at least? He does. Can't hit at all, but he can steal. Submit team. Okay. The Bagels and Schmear. You can do EVC Con instead. Swole John, no worries. Glad to get you drops. Glad to be here. I'm here every Wednesday at noon, Thursdays at 11, Saturdays at 11 to 2 usually. And then we're going to try to do some playoffs when the theme team playoffs start in a couple Sundays. We'll get those going. But thank you for being here. And you can kiss all your March and April away. Yeah, I can see that. Let's go see what we created. I've got my basic. Basically, I'm using Sabermetric with a couple different changes, making sure I always turn off this allow as pinch hit when tired. Make sure that's off. You should really do that to manage your how tired your players get. Because otherwise you're going to start playing you want people to rest to actually rest. So this has been suggested, it's worked well. I know Foxel Dim changed his relief pitchers to 81 from he had like 75 or something. It helped him. Batters, just trying to give them as much rest as possible as you work through a tournament is really key, especially the long tournaments like the drafts that you're doing today. You're asking for Rick Porcello again? Gonna do another Porcello theme team? Love it, Frostcrest. Pitching wise, so this ballpark, usually I look at control as my leading indicator. In this ballpark, because it's got like 120, the park factors are crazy for homers, even though the era has fewer homers. So I like to focus a little bit more on my rotation based on homer prevention. I'd like to have it a little bit more smooth. So I set up my pitching ratings to have stuff, home run allowed, BABIP, and control V right, and then I have it for V left. I want to make sure that I've got a good balance as well. Again, I usually look at by control V right, but I'm looking at home run V right in this specific squad. And I want to make sure they're consistent, above 80 on both sides. Yay on that count for everything. And then control is important to me in this era, typically. So that's why Marath and Consuegra are on the bench a little bit more. So Ojeda is no-brainer as the main starter there. The Benton is great V right. He's got this huge control hold V left, which is not terrific. So I'm much more into Russ Meyer films too. Tim Wakefield is, again, a very solid number 2, and Meyer is the 3. And again, you can run a 3-man rotation in this era. So I just, I usually just look and see what does the engine say I should do. And in this era, you can kind of get away with the stoppers. Jim Jeffries, 84-109, 94-116, I think is okay. Let's see. I might want more Rube Benton being my stopper, though. Just the control V left is not great. But the home run suppression is pretty key. And again, the low home run allowed, Jeffries and Lamp are the lowest of the two. I think I'm going to make him my stopper and leave it at that. And of this group, yeah, I really wish I didn't get a lamp. Is fine as a V left specialist, I think, which is weird. This is a really interesting card. A stopper is going to come in pretty much when the game is close and when you have a run situation. A closer is basically going to just do the last ninth inning. So that's really the difference between those. Like if you're getting into trouble, how to link your account. It's really easy. Badger, there is the link to link your account to the new PT26. Log in with your ID and password that you're using for your OOTP account. And then you're just going to make sure you connect to your Twitch account and you are set. So that's the main difference. In these eras, again, we talk about tournaments. Let's see, tourneys. General rules of thumb. It's the rebirth era, 1923. I need 3 starting pitchers and a high pitch count with a pen of 5. So the West Coast tourney is not mine. I'm only doing 1 tourney this year under my name. Just managing the winners list was just too much for me last year. So I do not have a second tourney this year. I just have the one, the Bagels and Schmear. No worries, Badger. There is a West Coast one that looks eerily like my old one, which is 1958. There's a West Coast draft. West Coast is the best coast, which is kind of, we should name it after IBDBTU because that was his theme team, I think, last year. So, and if I'm not certain who I want them to pitch more, I might just make them all middle relief and let the AI decide who to use of this group. I've got a lot of lefties in the pen here. This is really... But I was talking about Lamp here. Again, V left as a righty. He's got better home run suppression and control. So I don't know. I was thinking about making him a specialist, but this home run allowed just scares the bejesus out of me. Yeah, it is somebody. I think it's got 2 perfects. Is the only difference. It's not a bad, I'd take the name, but I'm gonna keep it to 1 this year. Keep on the Bagels and Schmear. I like the early era. I like no DH. And again, we got John Cangelosi leading off here. I think I like that with the BABIP. I like high gap in my number 2 with some speed. Buster Clarkson seems like a decent guy there. Power and I combo. There's 2 of these guys, Mac Jones and Paul Goldschmidt. I'm gonna go with the more K-like person in the 4-hole. Goldschmidt in the 4-hole. So your best hitters typically, if you follow the book, which is the Tom Tango book, which does a lot of stats around kind of the way that people play baseball and see does it actually fit. Talks about your best hitters in the number 2 and number 4 slots. And that's my philosophy I've been kind of taken on. And then I kind of do just best batting average the rest of the way. I like to see some better eye. LaCroix to me is a solid number 5 in this one. I'm not playing EY at all. But I've got Steele's on the bench, which I should think about more. Rondell versus Bobby Grich. And Dickie Thon. And Rondell does not have as much speed as Dickie Thon, which is interesting. I'm going to Dickie Thon in my last spot so I can move the rotation over. That's another thing in pitching I should consider, that the pitchers are going to hit here. None of my pitchers other than Jim Jeffries can actually hit. So it's a good consideration in this specific draft to kind of go through and think about. Of like, if you have a choice of pitchers, the one that has some batting stats are really, really helpful in this. Okay, Cangelosi again, but top of the lineup, sure. Gapster, look at the Gordon Beckham doubles machine. But if LaCroix was a little faster, I'd be comfortable with the number 2 spot. It's just the 32 speed you don't want in your number 2 guy. Wow. I'm with Clarkson again. That's good. Power eye here. Goldschmidt and Bobby Grich. We'll do that. Rondell White, Dickie Thon. I think Thon moves up. LaCroix, Thon, Mac Jones. We'll do that this time. Okay, so there we are, the Bagels and Spear. Hey Eddie, how you doing? First impressions of 26. I love. There's definitely some buggy stuff at the moment. They're working through things. Yesterday, a lot of things that they would have worked on yesterday. I mean, they were underwater for a good chunk of yesterday. So they rallied in the afternoon, got things going again. So there's definitely things that they're going to be working on to kind of continue to shore up a little things here and there. I find sometimes like the market doesn't actually show the prices sometimes. But if you've got a list of things that you think are wonky, you know, it's good to make sure we've got that list communicated to the team and make sure we got all those things taken care of. I know they're working on stuff around the clock to try to get things fixed. So there we go. We've got our Bagels and Schmear entry in for tomorrow, the 1939 Polo Grounds. And I've got my theme teams running. We've got some drops in. And then we'll go take a look at the main team. And we'll just keep running. I'm not sure. Let's see. I know Irockness is out there doing stuff, doing some first saves. We'll keep rolling. Get your drops. Oh, I still haven't opened my the Dodgers theme team. I'm holding on to the choice pack. Are the sim speeds faster? I do not know. So we are 0-2 to start the season because we do not have a lot of good players yet, but we do have 14 packs to open. Let's see if we can get some more Dodgers going here. When you seem faster, like you're getting results back, look at there. We get a diamond. Logan Gilbert. Gene Nelson. Yeah, I don't know. It's they seem. I mean, there was definitely getting some lags at the end of the cycle in PT25, especially on playoff days. You'd notice it even more. I know Logan Gilbert should be a solid pitcher in league to start with. I mean, this is entry pool is always 30 minutes. It's just sometimes it would lag more. No Dodgers here. Looking for Dodgers in all the wrong places. Cliff Melton. Bren Foxes, thank you for the follow. Glad you're here. Getting some drops. If you have questions, I try to have as many resources available for you. Simulating. Maybe there's some changes. I don't know that I've seen anything specifically in the change log. It's detailed that, but George Bradley, Jesus Alou, Sogard. You got the Ishmael Valdez yesterday? Nice, Eddie. This is the Dodgers theme team. So far, we've got Miggy Rowe. We got Piazza. We got the Piazza packed for the Dodgers team. So I cannot complain there. McKenzie is a 40 overall. Wow. Charles Hudson. No Dodgers. Wow. He's the same year of your high school class? Oh, nice. That's cool, Orbops. Hey! A diamond, it's Masahiro Tanaka. Masahiro Tanaka. Not a Dodger, but a diamond. Of course it's going to be Eddie. You knew that going in. It was going to be a huge bottleneck. It's a good place to be as a Dodger fan. I have a week to get my Dodgers theme complete. If you're doing theme teams, join us in the Discord. We'd love to have you. Our first theme team league should be forming after next Sunday. So our first theme team league week would be the 24th. So you have a week to kind of get your theme teams in order before the theme team league start. You have to have all 26 players compliant. Again, I love playing Perfect Team with my main, but we love to play Perfect Team for all those that are new with a subset of cards. So I'm doing my favorite Dodgers. So it has to be players that ever played for the Dodgers. I have another theme team that are all players that played in Cuba or of Cuban descent, my New York Cubans. And I have another theme team with EVCs, Clevelanders, any player that has all three letters EV and C in their name or played for Cleveland at one point. So I've got a couple of those, but everyone's got different theme teams running through. We'll be highlighting a lot more of theme teams in the weeks to come as we get more theme teams joining in for the league this year. We had over, how many owners? We had over 200 owners, I think, again this last year participating with 200 different themes at least with 160, 170 owners. Parsons, Gaddis, Rockenfield, Benson, Hudson, Williamson, nary a Dodger. So if you'd like to get in on the fun, we'd love to have you. Don't forget the mothership will be going live tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. So you can get more drops if you've gotten all your affiliate drops for the day. They'll be doing the This Week in Perfect Team Twipped Showdown Perfect Draft. Masato Yoshi. Former Dodger, Keibert Ruiz. Keep getting Dodger catchers. Evan Carter would be on that team. That is correct. That is correct. As would Steve Crawford, the E, V, and C. Not a Dodger. DJ Hertz. Wow. The dearth of Dodgers. Jose Leclerc. Driver for Ferrari. Australia's got the Grand Prix going tonight at midnight Eastern time. McLaren looking to end the dominance of Red Bull. Good stuff. Royce Smalley. I want to say Royce Smalley played for the Dodgers, but I don't think he did. This is Dodger Doom. Zach Breton. Mullins. Locadelo. I'm hoping in this next week by doing enough perfect drafts and packs and drops, I'll get enough Dodgers. There's Chris Taylor, of course, who we bought earlier. I do like this card in Irons. Why did I buy him? Silly. Yeah, Max is the man. I'm not a big fan, but Max is an amazing driver. A dearth of Dodgers or a plethora of Pirates? I like plethora of Pirates. That's kind of that's fun to say. So we got double silvers in here. It's EVC and NWC bringing the sounds of the city. Seth Halverson does not have a C in his name. Can't be an EVC. No Dodgers again. That was Jeff Torborg, I believe, did catch for the Dodgers at one point. That is it. Wow. Semion's also an interesting card for bronze as far as good defensive shortstop. Not a lot of Babbitt. I've played him in a couple tourneys. You're an excellent driver, Max. You're an excellent driver. Yeah, that's an interesting concept for Ferrari taking on Hamilton. I don't know. Happy to see in the grid Williams, Sainz, and well, both Suzuki and no, Tsunoda, and Alba up in 5th and 6th. It's insane. It's insane. So yes, this has not been a ton of Dodgers so far. And we are very far away. We have 15 out of 20 on the White Sox. No, we have 5 of 20. I got a little market card shop. Brooklyn. What do we got in Brooklyn? Anything good in Brooklyn? Got a Bill Hart. Well, before the sim we're going to try to accumulate as many perfect points as we can to get what we need to do. In order to do that, let's let the AI go through, set up the entire team just to get it rolling. So we should be a little bit better than we were for the last couple sims with those extra pack pulls. How is this looking for pitching? Pitching ratings. If you're new to OOTP and haven't done this before, you have default pitching ratings that come through. This is what you typically get as default. It accumulates and it just throws up stuff versus left, stuff versus right. I like to go through and get more detailed so I can look in more depth. In order to do that, you can just right click, add edit columns, and you go to pitching ratings and you can turn off the general and you can get your stuff V left, control, P Babbitt, home run. You don't need to have the movement part because the the P Babbitt and home run are the two subcomponents that make up the number for movement. So you can, I love it. Blake Lively in the game. Spore's been looking to get photos for that card, for the Blake Lively card. It doesn't look like the photos you've been searching on his internet. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 relievers. Hello, AI. I do not need 9 relievers on this team. No, thank you. Let's ditch Gene Nelson. And this is the thing, like, you got to really watch what the AI is doing. Not going to lie. AI is troublesome. Gumbert and Hudson. Eesh. Cy Johnson. You'll also notice if you're looking, oh, that control's horrid. Wow, I do not have a lot of great pitchers, do I? Roster management. Manage cards. So I like to look again at pitching ratings, take a look at pitchers. And again, I've done the same thing here. I've got my more detailed stuff. And let's take a look at people that are not on the active roster that I need to potentially look at. Bob Botts. Good control and home run and P. Babbitt v. right. Not so hard on the home run allowed v. left. Merrill Kelly live card in bronze, 77, 94, 90 in the v. right. Home run allowed, P. Babbitt in control. Looking pretty consistent v. left. So I like Kelly. And we're taking a look at folks with, like, do you trust Chad Fox with the 36 P. Babbitt? Do you go with Luke Little with the no control? Transaction, send a reserve roster. I'm going to go with Merrill. Now I have to find him. Merrill, Kelly. Actions, transaction. Place an active roster. Now, once I start doing this kind of like micromanaging versus letting the AI do it, I'm going to end up losing different. I'm going to, I can't have the AI just set up the roster every time. So in the first couple, like you want to maximize your perfect points, then you want to start playing with your rosters a little bit. When This was on, he was talking about when you're looking at your lineups, you want your best hitter. Look, they don't have Mike Piazza in the frickin'. Seriously? I know he can't catch. But he's definitely one of my better batters. He should be on the team. So, yeah. Yeah, it definitely, like, you decide. Which would you rather have on your team batting? Henry Blanco, who I do believe played for the Dodgers at one point. I just want to see dingers. Exactly. I don't care what this looks like. Don't show me don't show me this. I mean, again, this gets back to. Okay. Then you're telling me Nolan Schnall should be my DH over Mike Piazza. Be right. Babbitt, power, like, come on. So you may not want, to do this, but I suggest micromanaging a little bit of your roster. I understand. No, that makes sense at the same time. But let's use Henry Blanco's defense and that horrible. Look at this bat, though. 28 Babbitt? No. Sorry. Make Blanco your defensive sub, but you get the DH thing more. I get it. It's true. I get it. And now Nolan looks good. Like I'm gonna eat a lot of Babbitt for this much improvement in eye. Let's make sure Piazza's over here too. So I don't want to get too microwing in here, but one of the things that I thought was, an interesting way of thinking about it, right? You're trying to maximize your achievements and points you're getting, right? We talked about this sheet here, which gives you all the different achievements you can earn. And so one of the things that has always been a kind of fun one is leadoff home runs. Well, maybe Willard Marshall should lead off because he's got one of my best home runs. Like you can get a couple extra perfect points for doing that. It's not traditional way that you'd go through and set up a lineup. It is a way to maximize potentially your perfect point collection while you are struggling to find as many perfect points in packs as possible in the early parts of the process. So fun, but it's just a lot, you know, there's a little bit of extra work on this just to make sure you're not screwing something up completely. And V left. Yeah, let's get Gumbert up there. Dunstan, Semyon, and Eek Blanco. Eddie, I would not do a perfect pack or a regular pack with your clubhouse shop. How's that for an answer? Because come Monday, there will be new cards in the clubhouse shop. So come Monday, besides having this, there will be specifically cards you can get exclusively on this. So I would wait until Monday on your card shop and any clubhouse shop stars you get. Okay. So how do you save your current Iron team? So you're talking about tournaments, right? Let's go through and take a look at tournaments. We're going to go to the out of the park start screen. Let's go build a tournament. So show tournaments. Here's what I typically suggest when you're doing an Iron tournament to start with or anything else you're going through. We're going to do an Iron quick. It's going to go really quick. But let's go do an Iron quick. Sign up. What I would typically do when you sign up for these is go from here and do create a roster. This is an Iron. You can play any Iron cards in a limit of 10 variants. I'm just going to call it Iron for now. And what I would go through then is set a roster. Now, I'm going to show you in the roster when you're on a team already. But I'm going to go through, for now, I'm just going to import my regular perfect team roster. So I'm going to bring in all the existing Irons that I have. But if you're on your team already, if you're in league and you're in a tourney somewhere and you like your roster and you haven't saved it into the roster builder before, go into your league, go into roster management, and you'll be on this screen that says roster import export. And you can export that roster that you just created for whatever tournament you had and export it to roster to create a new saved roster. And that will save it within the roster builder. This roster builder is really one of the best things you can do to kind of manage your rosters. always trying to help Badger. So again, let's say this roster is fine. It's probably not, but they just set up the roster. It is what it is at the moment. I'm going to save this roster. I'm going to return to roster builder screen. Okay. This roster is available locally. I've got Trace on just for bugging. Come on. But when you upload to the server, now the server has it in its brain, right? The server has it. And now when I go into traditional tournaments, I can go back. I have this tournament. Oh, I can go switch here and my Iron is saved. I can select it here. And it'll pull in that roster. And I can sign up for this quick right here. And it'll pull up that roster. And now my Iron roster that I created on the roster builder is available for me to enter pretty much any Iron that's just regular Irons. Now the daily live Iron, I gotta cut that a little bit differently. I want to make a different roster for live Irons and build that. So that's kind of how you go from there. And again, from a roster builder, if I'm going to take this iron roster, I can not worry about that. But that's so much easier, right? And then any roster, anything you've already built, you just have a roster that's already created. Now, I know a roster's ready and live to run. I can go through and modify what I've done, right? So I can pull all these things out, and I'll do more of what I typically do. Let's see if I can do this. This is a little bit of a pain, because I want to just get all these out of here. I can only do 5 at a time. But the goal is I want to empty this roster out, and I want to do how I would build a roster from scratch. And I'm going to clear all this out. And it won't let you clear out everything. So I'm going to go through and try to do a roster from scratch, right? I've just got this team. I've opened decent enough packs between the drops and my initial packs that I've got some irons to play with. It's a limited pool set. And so I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to get a roster of 12 pitchers to start with, and then I'll work on the field. So this is how I go through and do this, just as a way to kind of get set up. So I'm going to manage the cards. I'm going to start off with pitching ratings, all pitchers. And again, this is the mantra that I use. I like control and home run allowed as 2 key things. I like it balanced across the top if I can manage it, so that both V left and V right, I don't have too many splits. And I'm going to try to pick, so this cannon's got a 76 home run allowed, 84 control against righties. I'm going to try to pick enough cards that fit that same, concept of players that have a good V right, home run allowed, home run left. And again, I've got some splittiness. I'll have to deal with that. But I'm eyeballing some players that have the build that I like specifically. And I've only selected, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's not great. Gunnis4444, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the follow. And I'm definitely reaching diminishing returns, as I don't have a lot of great cards yet. I'm still early in the cycle. And so do I reach down to a George Bradley with a lower home run allowed? 69's on the edge of that 70 range I want to be in. Bob Botts is just so horrible a home run allowed, but I'm reaching at this point. I'm going to activate all the tag cards. That gives me 10. I need to find 2 more pitchers. Ugh. And I think I already have Lorenzen. So usually I want to turn off duplicates as well. Oops. Wow. It gets very ugly very quickly. And this may be a place where I'm going to go in the card shop now, because I didn't like that at all. That was not fun. And I'm going to go look for pitchers with control, V right, and a max of 59. Jacob Junis live. Okay, no home run allowed numbers good there. Alexander V left, not great. Josh Towers, not great. V right, and the home run allowed. So I'm just searching through players that might fit my specific concept of what a good pitcher will be. Cal Freeland's on the edge. And I think this is a better use of your perfect points, of finding players that are going to help you create. There, Davis Daniel. There, I like that one. 50 perfect points. That's a good deal. Versus going after missions, finding cards that fit what you need for a tourney so that you can get competitive and earn enough packs to make the ROI even better. So that is the goal early on. And I am just shuffling through these, looking for it. What I'm looking for here is I want someone with good control. I've sorted by control, view right. And I'm looking for someone with good home run allowed. And that's kind of how I'm doing a really quick and dirty view of how can I find some players that are going to do okay. Jake Irvin. Let's buy Jake Irvin. I think that went through. Yeah. Blake Lively, my favorite. Way too much, but I need some better pitchers to choose from. Ooh. German Marquez. Okay. Yeah, I don't care if they're starting pitcher or relief pitchers. I just want to grab people that I have choices on that are decent looking of a eyeball, right? This 7-9 home run allowed and PBABIP and the control, like that's a nice looking card. 59 overall and iron. Yeah. I'm not on infielders yet though. Just kind of looking around at my options for pitchers. As we, go down, getting further down in here. Jesse Schlottens. Okay. So I've added a bunch of pitchers now to my pitching staff. And it's a lot, right? I don't want all these pitchers. And now I'm going to go through and try to figure out, I've got stamina, how many of them are starters, how many are relievers, right? Schultens. Okay, Schultens. So now I have some things to play around with. Jesse Suarez. I've got, the only person with any stamina is George Bradley. But again, this home run allowed is 63. I'm not feeling comfortable. I'm not going to take the chance on this one in the low stuff. So I'm going to send him to the reserve roster. I got to get this down to 12 pitchers. And I've got more than 12. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I'm going to try to get rid of a couple folks. The Bob Botts with the really poor home run allowed. Bob's out. Okay. Who else is scaring me at home run allowed? 60 here, 70 here. Michael Kelly. It's in the reserve roster. Okay. And now I will ask the AI just to give me a quick look, and now I'll double check their work. Suarez I liked. He's got the most stuff as well as this group. Mitchell Parker, yes. Blake Lively. So I'm not, I'm kind of cool with all this. Is Marquez better? 84, 79, 75, 86, 76 versus, I like the PBABIP pies here. I'm going to roll with this. I feel like this is a better, right, and I can't save this because it doesn't have enough people on the roster. So I've got my pitching set. I've got my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You might want 8, 7 or 8 relievers, I think is fine, and 5 starting pitchers. Oh, server logged you out? Oh, that's not good. Now I'm going to do lineups, right? I got no hitters on this team. So I'm going to start with the lineups. And this is how I go through and look at setting up the teams that I want for the lineups. Roster management, manage cards. I'm going to go through and look primarily at positions. Look at catchers first. I have very few catchers. I'm going to change it to batting. Again, I've done the same thing here. I'm using the BABIP, gap, power, I, and strikeouts, V right, and then I'm doing it V left. And then I've got speed, which is how fast you are to get down to first base. I've got the stealing aggressiveness, which you typically want lower than the stealing ability, right? If you're too aggressive and you're not as good a stealer, you're going to get caught more. Like Val Pikanich. And then defense. So when you look at defense, I usually when I look at catches, look at defense. What do I got from defense, and how bad is my offense with that with that great defense? Al Lopez, great defender, horrible BABIP. I can live with Jeff Torborg having no power V right, and he can at least hit. But I'm not great with him V left. I need a V left catcher to offset him. Chucky Robinson, again, nothing pretty here. The Mr. Pikanich, excuse me, has a great little eye there. But I'm not excited by these iron catchers options that I've got. Market, card shop. Let's go take a look at some catchers. Let's go look at defense by primary position. And there's Austin Hedges that was talked about. Great defender. Bat is pretty meh. Can I get away with Raleigh Helmsley? Alex Trevino. Gerald Laird. Good catcher. Can I get a BABIP in the 60s to 70s range? Jake Rogers. Good defense, and yeah, we're running out quickly. So Jake Rogers, I'm going to go buy Jake Rogers for 65 perfect points. And we will take a look at Torborg. So those are our catchers. Not great. Jake Rogers, your catcher? Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Okay, so now I'm going to look at center fielders. I want to have some good center field defense. Up the middle is always key. Mauricio Dubon, not a lot of I. Got some BABIP. Good defense. Now he's a left fielder, so his center field defense is only 77. So when you're looking at these things, you have to realize that the defense you're showing here is only defense for their primary position. I'm sorry. I love this Chris Taylor. He's going to make the squad no matter what. Activate him. And Nick Senzel, not really great in center. So I am not loving my center. Here's Bill Hart, pitcher. Not loving market, card shop. Center fielder. That's what Jake's doing for you? Nice. So, Joe Pepitone. Not a center fielder. Oh, there we go. A Dodger, at least. But not a very good hitting Dodger. Darren Erstad. Payne. Dominic Fletcher. Not a great center fielder. Johan Rojas. Mr. Hayward. Boy, I am... Tyler Taylor's not great in center. Victor Scott. So I'm going further down the pecking order, and Drew Waters here. 63 in center. Not spectacular, but a very nice looking bat. Yeah, Drew Waters is kind of where I'm going with it, because You could kind of maybe look at Grant McCray. Got a 210 perfect points. Grant McCray's got better center field defense. The BABIP's solid. The eye is okay. Drew Waters. Better eye. Better, about the same BABIP. And definitely about 20 points less. I'm going to buy Drew Waters anyway. We'll put him on the squad. Not sure if I want to spend the I'll spend the 200 McCray. That's a lot for McCray. I'm not putting up 200 for McCray. So, yeah. Okay. Let's go back to roster management, manage card. Just go take a look at second base now. You like Stuart Fairchild? Yeah, I like that. Good BABIP, decent power, not a horrible eye. 91 left, 63 center, 80 in right. Again, in tournaments, these will be maxed up to their full learning potential. I like that, GDA. That's a great call. Roster management. Let's take a look at what I got at second base. Okay. Orlando Hudson cannot hit lefties, but he's a very solid defender v right. And we need a lefty hitting center fielder now. Or second baseman. Dubon, Rivas. Oof. Market, card shop, second base. Rabbit. Need a V left. Second baseman. Kid Gleason, no. DeMoss. Bingo's low BABIP is depressing. I love playing a Bingo DeMoss every year. That's interesting. Again, no eye. Gonna strike. Not gonna walk. Not gonna hit homers. But V right. That BABIP's insane. I'm gonna go nuts. You were saying Massey? Yeah, not bad. Again, low eye, but can play all over the place. It's not a bad backup for second, third, short. You got me splurging. I like a bat that can kind of play. Okay. We've just done the defense up the middle. We got the catcher. They got the second baseman. We got, let's try shortstop. Let's get that done with. Again, the defense is there. The bat is just meh. Oh, he's not a great shortstop. He's a left fielder. Mason McCoy. Roy Smalley. No BABIP to save his life. Kike Hernandez. It is the Dodgers squad. Oh. Yeah. Mason McCoy, you are my shortstop. We'll see how that goes. Okay, we've gotten our infield, we got up the middle somewhat set. Not totally great there on the, but you know, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna do all batters now. I got first base, third base, left and right. I'm looking for some power and eye, V right and V left. and a BABIP above 60. Yikes. Tommy Edmond. There you go. Woof. Wow. That is that's something. Paul Halsolder, I like. Wow. Let's do some eye over here. Bobby Cox. V left third base. 154 eye, 75 power. Hello. Let's see. Rivas. Kike keeps coming back at me. 98.64. Actions. Place an active roster. Okay, where are we now? Lineups and depth charts. I've got, where is my number? One more player. Let's go look at market card shop. Let's go through again through 59. Let's go take a look at Power V Right. Mike Jacobs. Again, low PABIP, low I to go with the power. Can't hit at all. Dan Ugla, look at that. Look at that 12. You love this, but the BABIP of 12, I cannot get over having a decent BABIP. Pepitone. Conine V right, but again, 35 BABIP. V left first base for McCovey. Looks pretty solid. Not a great defender. Neil Cruz. Ooh, only plays shortstop though. Oh, what a tough card. Horrible shortstop. But that bat V right is just, again, we have a DH. Looking for cards in all the wrong places. Yeah, I think he's a DH. Just anyone with some PBABIP and power is a nice combo if you can find it. There's PBABIP and power from Eric Haas. Cody Clemens. What you're always looking for is like a power and eye god. And in iron, you're going to have a harder time finding these guys. But the same things I'm doing here. Trey Cabbage. You can do on bronze, you can do each level. Yeah, Underdog, there is some funkiness that appears to be being reported by many people right now as far as the AI and rosters and taking things right now. I know it's been reported. I don't know where we are on it. So right now you're kind of having some random things happening. So it's definitely not great, but and they didn't put him. Oh, he's not on the roster. So there's O'Neal Cruz as the DH there. McCoy. Let's take McCoy out. Reserve roster. And who's that we just bought? Roster management. Trey Cabbage. Roster management. I know. AI is taking over and setting lineups as it pleases. Congratulations, Tampa, getting on to those finals. Still didn't put Cabbage in. How do you not put Cabbage in this roster? Okay. Save the roster for now. And we'll play around a little bit here. I'm definitely going to play with Alberto here. He cannot walk. He's going to strike out, but the doubles and Babbitt balls in play at the top lineup is kind of fun. Gapping here for Massey, Waters. I think Waters. And my two, Power and O'Neill Cruz. And see, Cabbage should be in here. So I put him in for Chris Taylor. I think I do. Cabbage, okay. So Cabbage is my Power and I guy in the 3-hole. And then we're at Drew Waters, Alberto, Cabbage, and I think O'Neill Cruz, right? And then Massey, Fairchild, Edmund. Okay, we'll run with that on that side. Wait, let's go take a look. Is Chris Taylor better than anybody else that's playing in these positions? Kike playing third, 64 defense. Chris Taylor, 51 defense. Bobby Cox is a V-right guy. Go with Chris Taylor over Kike. Just for a little bit better bat. Okay, and V left. Batting average. This is where I don't think that I want Alberto versus short. The defense is so good. I don't like him at the top of the order. Speed. I think I'd rather have Stuart Fairchild at the top of the order. Modesty at the bottom. I think O'Neill Cruz has to be in here over Chris Taylor. Maybe not. Householder over Waters. Yes. Let's do that. O'Neill Cruz into DH. Householder as my number 3. Who's my gapster? This is definitely the kind of prototypical number 2 hitter that the book talks about. Good BABIP, doubles hitter, decent eye, and if he strikes out, you don't lose the runner that's ahead of you. So Neil Cruz there in the 2 spot at DH. And then Power Eye, Cruz. Fairchild, let's see what the batting average, or BABIP. Chris Taylor. Fairchild. leading off. Hernandez, Fairchild. Kiki's batting average is not. Oh, this Bobby Cox should be in here. Bobby Cox. With his 154 I and 75 power. Maybe shouldn't be as high. Anyway, you get the idea. I've made the roster now. God, I hope not Eddie. So Cox is not in the lineup. Oh, Cruz is in the lineup. Let's get Cabbage up here. Drew Waters. And then Kike. And then Torberg. Okay, and that means the water should be here. And speed-wise, Drew Waters, Hudson Cabbage, Orlando. Yeah, it's ugly after that. Okay, we've got our roster. Save roster. Return to roster builder. Update the server version. Return. So now these are probably already set. Those are already set, and they're going to take whatever was there before. So they're taking my old roster, and when I'm able to sim the next iron, I'll be able to use the new roster. So looking at iron here, the only I can sign up is for next Saturday. Everything else is full. So this is the other rough part early on in the cycle. Everyone's getting irons in. Brown bag mulligan. I'll show you on the clubhouse points. Clubhouse points are specifically things that you get from tournaments now. So you can get clubhouse points from tournaments. And as of with league play, you won't be getting them this week, but I'm going to bring up the slide here in a second. With league play, you will also be able to get clubhouse stars depending on how you do in league over time. So if you're in a low silver league, starting in a low silver league. So again, things have changed a little bit. It used to be rookie, then stone, then iron. Now it's iron, low bronze, high bronze, low silver, high silver, low gold, high gold. You get the rest of the idea. And so starting off in silver league, depending how you do in silver league, you'll start getting things if you're in the top 4, if you make the playoffs by high silver. If you don't get relegated in gold, you'll get points. And if you just get to diamond, you're going to get points. So again, a couple more levels. We go from 8 levels overall to 10 levels. But there are a chance to get clubhouse stars both from tournaments as well as from doing well in league play. So new and different for this year. And again, as we're running a theme team, which we've been talking about a lot today, and again, join us if you want to get a theme team going. We'd love to have you in. If you're doing a theme team, you'll be able to go after a card. In the past, in order to get one of those 100 tourney edition cards that came out, the tourney batch cards that came out, you had to win a weekly, which was impossible. Now you might be able to win, you know, a couple of these, right? If you win, let's say you need 500, I think you probably need around 500, 550 clubhouse points to get a perfect. You know, if you're able to win some of these dailies or get second place, win 10 second places, you'll be able to get it. You can accumulate and save the stars up to get cards that you need specifically for a theme team. So I would hold on to these. again, you're able to get Clubhouse Stars, and starting on Monday, excuse me, in the Clubhouse shop, you'll be able to go through and see cards. So Spore is going to release some cards that you can buy with your Clubhouse shop cards starting on Monday. So you can there'll always be some packs here you can go in, but I think you're going to be better off if you've got 125. You can go get a perfect, but you may be able to save up to go get a perfect of a card that might be even better. Got off the game 4, yeah. So that's the Clubhouse Stars. So if you have any more questions on the Clubhouse Stars, definitely let me know. Happy to help there. So yeah, that we'll see what we do in irons. We need to do some more perfect teams or more perfect drafts on this one. But we've got our bagels and schmearing for tomorrow. We got a couple iron quicks going right now to try to earn some things. We need to get a lot more Dodgers before the week is out. Let's go check out my main and see where we are. I did drop 100 points on this. So, oh, did I not get? Oh, let me do this real quick. Let's go into something else here. Twitch. So I know a little bit later this afternoon. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Got some drops coming in. I have not been in. Which draft is Dr. Nasik doing this cycle? I do not know. I have not seen his draft yet. Let's see what I got here. So on my main, I've been eliminating everything. It's been depressing. Did I get anything in the Rise and Shine? Did I even get past the first round? Yeah, things are filling up quick, man. We're getting to that point where things are gonna fill up quick. So honestly, I'm gonna back out of this and go log in and get a couple other. We're 25 and 15 right there. There's max LP 80. Daily disarray. Is it diamonds? I'm not ready for diamonds. Show perfect drafts. I need to sign up for perfect drafts. Sunday brunch. It's going to cost me 1,000 perfect points. Ugh. Sure. We'll do that. And I got bagels and schmear in 17 hours. I got the daily scrum. Perfect draft, original perfect draft. Okay. And what's laptop doing this time around? No DH, 1914. Best of sevens. Interesting. Okay. We're going to have to draft those at some point. I will not do all these on stream. And this is, what is this? Is this just open? Oh, I didn't want to do that. Withdraw. Just gonna look for some quicks real quick while I'm here. I'm gonna open some more packs. Live. Irons, let's see, sign up. Wide open. And live. I don't think I'm very good at this. It's Rub Without Pity packs? Yeah, it's early. They're going to do that to us. The drops are carrying the day right now. It's definitely a thing. Okay, so this is our squad. This is what we've got pulled so far on the main. We spent $100 when we opened packs yesterday. Hey, Dishnet, how you doing? Looking forward to you on the mothership later today around, what, 8? I think is when you're going to be going on, if I'm not mistaken. 8 Eastern Time, 5 Pacific. So, guys, be sure to also follow Dishnet while you're here. Follow Dishnet. He's been streaming, giving you some, getting his teams going. And I think I have this here. Let's see, shout out Dishnet. That's not you, because you're Dishnet 34. I'm such a professional. Our hype man. There he is. Follow all our wonderful affiliates. You can see all the affiliates that have drops here. And I also have a slide, which I updated. Should be everybody. Oh my gosh, too many slides. There we go. Screenshot it. Take a picture. And if you're not fast enough, you can also find a link to this here. And that will take you and show you the 26 affiliates with their primary focus of what they're streaming. So you can kind of find the streams that you want, get your drops wherever you see an affiliate streaming OOTP26. Thank you all for hanging out now for 4 hours, 366 of you. Always great to have you in and get your drops going. And we've done some theme teams. We've talked about some Cuba baseball history. And we're going to go now to my main and pull whatever packs we got from drops today. And let's see what we can do. So, 8 packs, 7s and regulars. We've got Phil Koch and Joey Wentz. Little Garth Orge. Part of the Brooks Robinson mission, which you can see down here now, too. Oh, she's streaming now? Oh, that's awesome. I'm getting close to the end here, guys. When we pull these packs, I'll take the Yuka. That's awesome. I am so excited to have Yuka back in. Christopher Morel. We've got Mason McCoy, Cabrera, Bob Harmon. That is great to hear. I love Yuka loves playing with the main the base game a lot, and she really insightful and humorous and a good person. Jose Offerman, variant, part of the Derek Jeter mission. Might be nice for a bronze tourney if you could only play shortstop. It's Buster Mills, Wilbur Howard. A diamond, Zach Wheeler in the house. There we go. That might help our pitching staff a bit. Finafro, Savali. Yeah. We got to get you over to a Yuka stream. Let's see if I can find, let's see. Browse. Yuka. Nice. Very exciting. Ken Howell. Ballard. Franmil Reyes. Oh, Franmil. Error occurred. I've seen this before. This is a bug that I've seen. If you're going between one type of pack to another type of pack in a poll, that I've seen that error come up. And I'm not sure why that is. Someone clip that for me if you would, so I can show it to Dev. And we finish off with Bob Kane, Rube Foster, Anthony Bass, Don Clenendon, and Taylor Trammell. Really? That Cuppy I wasn't too excited about. So these are all the missions we've completed so far. Not a lot. We're still far away from many. George Cuppy, huh? Really great BABIP. Decent, okay home run allowed. Not the greatest control. Not the biggest stuff. If you're using, I don't know what type of tourney you're in. If you're playing like an early eras tourney in the 1920s. Lots of stamina. This is the thing right now. I think if you're going to look at things that are different right now in the game, you've got a ton of pitchers right now with stamina in the 50s and 60s. Finding someone who can throw 88 in stamina, it's just an Iron Daily. Interesting. It is a definitely kind of a standout number right now. I don't think I can go into the market card shop here. Can I filter by stamina? I don't think I can. But I think you're going to find that a lot of pitchers, like if I'm looking at my Iron roster that I did, with the Iron roster, it does not have a lot of pitchers with a lot of length. So just an interesting kind of thing to think about. And the fact that you're saying Cuppy did well. Okay, guys, it's been wonderful. I've had a really great time. I hope you are able to come back and join me again for Guess the Set. But I'm going to call it a stream. I want to appreciate each and every one of you hanging out here today because I want to take you over to see one of the OGs and one of the only female streamers we've had, so which is wonderful. It's our good friend Yuka. So we're going to take her over to you and send over there. But I'll be back on Wednesday at noon. If you want to get into the theme team in the Discord, join us. We'd love to have you. Again, love answering questions. So Tampa, keep on throwing it our way. This is what makes this community great is the questions from you in the community, you guys telling us stuff. Thank you to BD Cable for making me wear a hat today and let me wear this one. So thank you. I want to give a big shout out to Gons4444, Bren Foxes, Swole Joel, Shackle Lannister, Mad Muffs, Killer Discore for following today and joining us. Badger W4 for the sub. Real Teddy O, thank you again for resubbing now 18 months. BD Cable for 6 months. Lowly Worm for 3 months. Max LP now for 3 months. Lead OTP now with their Prime. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. Cavicom, 3 streams reached. So, guys, I want to really thank you all for your support. Enjoy your time. Don't forget, the mothership's going at 8. I'm going to take you on over now to Yuka. And, again, always a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on our next stream. So let's get up. And there's Yuka. Let's get it going. Starting the raid. Raid. Thanks, everybody. Have a great one. And I will see you on Wednesday.
If you're sick, I am so sorry. There's been like norovirus